valedictorian with a cumulative GPA of 4.557. I speak French fluently thanks to my French immersion education. My plans for the future are to attend Georgetown University with a full scholarship to be a microbiologist. I have earned scholarships. I have earned scholarships from the Greater Washington Urban League, the Fort Washington Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta, Georgetown University, and more. Now, without further ado, I welcome you to the Prince George's County Board of Education meeting for Thursday, May 19th, 2011. Some highlights of this afternoon's meeting include the core text adoption for mathematics grades 6 and 7, and the consideration for conversion of Paint Branch Elementary School to a pre-kindergarten to 8th grade complex. And now, the May 19th Board of Education meeting will begin.
Thank you, Cherie. Good afternoon and welcome to the May 19th, 2011 board meeting of the Prince George's County Board of Education. Before we begin, I would like to ask everyone to turn off any wireless communication devices as they interfere with the microphone and taping of the meeting. Ms. Boston, would you please lead the board in prayer and pledge of allegiance?
O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Thompson, please call the roll.
Mr. Armwood?
Present.
Ms. Boston?
Present.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Eubanks? Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Waller?
Present.
Mr. Harris?
Present.
Mrs. Beck?
Present.
Mrs. Jacobs?
Ms. Jacobs should be here shortly. Colleagues, prior to the adoption of the agenda, please note the following. Item number 7.3, Excel Academy Public Charter School Extension of Probation has been deleted from the agenda. Colleagues, may I have a motion to adopt the May 19th board meeting agenda as amended?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that the May 19th, 2011 board meeting agenda be adopted as amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it, and the May 19th, 2011 board meeting agenda is adopted and amended. Ms. Higgins, may I have a motion regarding the meeting minutes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we table the board meeting minutes of April the 28th, 2011.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Here,
Tabling.
she's requesting the minutes to be tabled for further review. No discussion. All those in favor signify aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it. And the minutes are tabled until the next meeting. News break, breakfast in the classroom. We will now have a news break.
You're watching a Prince George's County Public Schools news break.
Sometimes some of my friends did not have enough money to pay for breakfast, but now, because of you, they can eat a free breakfast.
The heartfelt words of gratitude from William Pica 6th grader Zaw Smith and the smiles on the faces of his classmates as they dug into stacks of pancakes said it all, as Superintendent Height and nutrition experts recently announced a new program called Breakfast in the Classroom. Breaking with lunchroom tradition, the program lets students pick up bags filled with various breakfast foods, like pre-sweetened pancakes, to cut down on any messy syrup accidents, then help themselves to a carton of milk and a piece of fruit, and head to their classrooms to eat breakfast in the comfort of their own desks.
We're here for the students. And what's important is that more students have access to a nutritious meal during the day. And not only do they have access to a nutritious meal, but it's the development of healthy eating habits for students and an acknowledgement that breakfast is one of the most important meals of the day.
While the stacks of pancakes the children managed to eat, often in one fell swoop, were amazingly large, so too are the odds that are often stacked against needy youngsters who can ill afford the loss of nutrients. With data showing that only 43% of students on free and reduced lunch actually bother to eat the breakfast that come with the program, often because of scheduling problems, a different approach to getting the first meal of the day to those children was needed. Thanks to Walmart, America's largest retailer, breakfast in the classroom is now a reality.
People don't realize it, but Walmart sells more groceries than any grocery store or any other retailer in this country. And so when we hear statistics that say that there are more than 16 million children who don't know where their next meal is going to come from, we really think it's our responsibility to step up and do something to help. So last year we made a $2 billion commitment to help fight hunger in this country, and the grant that you guys see in action today is a part of that larger commitment.
Because of the $2 billion grant from the Walmart Foundation, every student in 21 Prince George's schools, that's 720 classrooms worth, is now or will soon be getting an automatic breakfast each and every day, thus increasing those youngsters' receptivity to and ability to learn.
One of our 5 primary goals in Prince George's County is high student achievement. And one thing we know is that students have difficulty achieving if they're hungry. And one of the reasons we can address hunger-related issues is through making sure all students have breakfast.
Thanks to Walmart's Disha Gelber, a Prince George's Schools graduate, and all the food service personnel for being the champions of breakfast for so many children so eager to learn.
And I know that breakfast in the classroom has made a difference. And again, we say thank you.
For Channels 96 and 38, this is Dave Zarin reporting.
Good afternoon. On Tuesday, May 17th, more than 150 students and staff from Prince George's County Public Schools were honored at the last Board Awards program for the 2010-2011 school year. In recognition for his or her outstanding achievements, each recipient received a plaque. Among the recipients recognized were the class of 2011 valedictorians and salutatorians, 2011 National Achievement Scholarship winners, 2011 Prince George's County Teacher of the Year, 2011 Washington Post Distinguished Educational Leadership Award winner, and many more. Congratulations to the student and staff that were not honored. Prince George's County Public Schools is one of 388 school districts in the nation being honored by the College Board with a place on its AP Advanced Placement Achievement List for opening AP classroom doors to a significantly broader pool of students while maintaining or improving the percentage of students earning scores of 3 or higher on AP exams. From 2009 to 2010, PGCPS has increased the number of students participating in AP from 27% of seniors enrolled in AP courses to 35%. Additionally, 24.6% of exams taken in 2009 scored a 3 or higher, and in 2010 that number grew to 26.3%. On Tuesday, May 17th, more than 150 Prince George's County Public School students had the opportunity to participate in a town hall with U.S. Secretary of Education Arne Duncan and U.S. Congressman Steny Hoyer at Bowie State University. Joining them on the panel were Rashana Mboa, teacher at Baden Elementary School and the 2011 Prince George's County Teacher of the Year, William Thomas, teacher at Dr. Henry A. Wise Junior High School and 2009 Prince George's County and Maryland Teacher of the Year, along with other education representatives. The town hall was part of a series of events across the country through the U.S. Department of Education's National Teach campaign that was launched in the fall of 2010. The Teach campaign aims to inspire and empower the most talented and dedicated Americans to become teachers. The event's goal was to inspire students to consider teaching as a career. The discussion was engaging to students as they had the opportunity to share what they believe it takes to be a successful teacher in Maryland. Kudos to students. Casey Chan, 8th grade student at Kenmore Middle School, won the Maryland Association of Realtors Fair Housing Poster Contest for Prince George's County this year. Her design will be featured in the Maryland Association of Realtors Fair Housing 2012 calendar, which will be used in the state of Maryland and nationwide. Kenmore Middle School art students have won this contest for the last 4 consecutive years. The students' artwork has been published in the calendar that will be circulated statewide and nationally. Alex Yu, 10th grade student at Eleanor Roosevelt High School, is being featured on the United States Achievement Academy website for an essay contest he won while attending Kenmore Middle School. 8 outstanding Prince George's County Public School students were honored for their academic excellence at a reception in their honor on May 3rd at the annual University of Maryland Incentive Awards program. Each student received full 4-year scholarships to the university. The University of Maryland Incentive Awards program is designed to recognize, reward, and promote academic excellence and leadership among students who demonstrate academic ability, persistence, and maturity, and whom have faced adverse life circumstances and prevailed. Initially, the incentive program only focused on Baltimore City schools, but has now grown to reach students in Prince George's County. To date, 8 county schools have participated in this program. The following students received full scholarships to the University of Maryland: Kendra Brown, Suitland High School; Mercy Eek, Northwestern High School; Jose Granados, High Point High School; Jade Johnson, Northwestern High School; Christine Oliveros, Potomac High School; Tochi Ukwu, Parkdale High School; James Whipple, Fairmont Heights; and Charmaine Wilson Jones, Parkdale High School. Next week is the beginning of our graduation season. We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the class of 2011. Moment of silence. Kamari Woods, Head Start student, Highland Park Elementary School. Mary M. Harrison, mother-in-law of Gina Harrison, Secretary, Student Services. Ronald Summers, brother of Cheryl Landis, Special Assistant, Student Services. Coach Jimmy Harper, head coach and president, the 747 Track Club, and assistant coach at Suitland High School's track team. Thank you. Please keep these families in your hearts and prayers this time. The following meetings are scheduled and will convene here at the Sasser Administration Building. May 23rd, Budget Work Session at 10 a.m. All persons interested in speaking at the board meetings must register with the Office of the Board of Education 2.5 hours prior to the meeting by calling 301-952-6115. I will now yield the floor to Dr. Height for the superintendent's report. Dr. Height, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, and good afternoon to everyone else. I want to first begin with the news break, the breakfast in the classroom piece that was just aired a few minutes ago. One thing that we're excited about is that because of our ability to now serve breakfast in the classrooms, 4,000 students in those 21 schools are now having breakfast who did not have breakfast before, so we're really excited about that. But more importantly, we're excited about the grant from Walmart. And we're excited about that grant because we have worked collaboratively with both the National Education Association and PGCEA, who brought the proposal to us initially to work in conjunction in order to achieve or to acquire that grant. So I want to acknowledge PGCEA for their work and working with us in order for us to receive the Walmart grant to provide breakfast in the classroom for many of our students. Also want to highlight an event we had last night. The dedicated employees of Prince George's County Public Schools play a vital role in supporting 198 schools and helping to cultivate and sustain a superior learning community for over 127,000 students. Last night, we recognized the many outstanding achievements of our support staff and teachers during our annual employee recognition ceremony at Dr. Henry A. Wise Jr. High School. We also celebrated the many years of service and contributions of employees who retired during this school year. I extend my heartfelt thanks to these employees for their years of service and dedication to our school system. On yesterday, unfortunately, 4 of our students from Fort Washington Forest Elementary School were attacked by a dog as they boarded their school bus. Luckily, the students were not seriously injured. However, today, I've asked the bus driver, Mr. Barry Jones, to join us in order for me to thank him publicly for his heroic actions and quick thinking. Mr. Jones bravely fought the dog off and prevented further injuries to our students. Mr. Jones, who happens to be here with us today, and his wife, on behalf of Prince George's County Public Schools, the Board of Education, and I, as well as the parents, students, staff, and community members of Fort Washington Forest Elementary School, thank you. Mr. Jones, could you please stand and allow us to thank you? I would also like to thank the parents and guardians who took the opportunity to participate in our online parent survey. Your input is critical as we work to make improvements at every level of our school system. Based on your feedback, we will be able to target areas where we need to make improvements. Congratulations to students and staff in the Career and Technical Education Program who dedicated the 36th student-built house on May 18th in Clinton. During the dedication ceremony, outstanding students, staff, and business partners were recognized. Top students in each area of the project also received scholarships. The student-built house provides an opportunity for students to work with professionals in the construction trades and experience a real-world project from start to finish. Joanna E. Smith Stevens, athletic director at Potomac High School, was recently recognized as a certified master athletic administrator by the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Ms. Smith-Stevens joins an elite group of administrators nationwide who have attained the certification. Prom season has started, and graduations will begin in a couple of weeks. I was saddened to hear that a student in one of our neighboring school districts was killed in a car accident due to drunk driving. Our school district is partnering with Mothers Against Drunk Driving to empower parents to talk to and with their children about the dangers of driving while under the influence. We want our students to stay safe during proms and graduation events by making the commitment not to drive while under the influence or get into a vehicle with someone else who is under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Please take a moment to read about the partnership in our latest Parent Insight newsletter and visit MAD's website to download information on how to talk with your teen about the important issue. We have also created a joint public service announcement which will be featured on our website. As a reminder, the deadline for submitting school transfer requests for next school year is Monday, May 23rd. Transfer requests will only be considered to schools that do not exceed state-rated capacity. A list of schools eligible to receive transferring students is available on our website or by calling our central number, 301-952-6366. Finally, we are making great strides in using the latest technology to share information with parents, students, and the community. Visit our website for more information about upcoming events, news, and information. I have a blog as well. Our district has a Twitter account, and we also do Facebook postings. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Before we proceed to our first presentation, we'd like to welcome Charlene Dukes, the president of Prince George's County Community College.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Height, and certainly colleagues. And I should remember that you have to turn the mic on, shouldn't I? So I am certainly pleased to be here today to share information with the members of the board and the audience about the amazing $12.4 million grant that a partnership of institutions received from the National Science Foundation. That partnership includes certainly the Prince George's County Public School System, Bowie State University, Prince George's Community College, the University of Maryland College Park, Towson University, and the University System of Maryland. As you know, the goal of the partnership is to create a pipeline for more students and teachers into the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics discipline. This is one of the state and the national goals, so we are certainly pleased to have been able to do our part here in Prince George's County in the state of Maryland. So I am pleased at this point to introduce Dr. Anisha Campbell. Dr. Campbell from Bowie State University is the project's principal investigator. She will go through the presentation, and she'll also introduce the co-investigators who are here from the partnering institutions. So thank you all very much for allowing us the opportunity to come and share with you today a little bit of what we're doing to raise both awareness and certainly create the pipeline for those young people enrolled in our public schools to think about entering STEM disciplines. Thank you very much. And Dr. Campbell? Pardon me? Are we a little later on?
Right.
Okay, then
yeah, I was introducing you, welcoming you to the meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry. See,
That's
I
fine.
am so used to moving ahead with business, so when we're ready, you'll consider that to have been
Yes,
the introduction,
we will.
and we'll just let Dr. Campbell come up. Thank you so much.
A dual courtesy announcement. Okay. We'll proceed first to our May presentation, Maryland Association of Boards of Education, with President Thomas Carr and Executive Director Carl Smith, who will give a presentation on MABE's programs and services.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dr. Height, thank you for inviting us here, and I also owe a word of thanks to Dr. Dukes because I'm technologically challenged, so thank you for turning on the microphone. My name is Tom Carr. I'm the current president of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, which we affectionately refer to as MABE. I am also in this afternoon from the Wild West. I'm here to assure you that the roads are safe because the last of the snow has melted in Garrett County. And I serve there also as president of the Garrett County Board of Education. We're going through some of the same anguish that you are in terms of budget. With me is Dr. Carl Smith, who is the executive director of MABE, and we appreciate the opportunity to visit our member districts. We are your umbrella association. Every few years, we like to come by, discuss with the experience of new board members alike the mission and services of our association. MABE was founded in 1957. It is a private nonprofit organization dedicated to serving and supporting local boards of education in Maryland and the leading advocate for Maryland's public schools. All local boards of education in the state, along with the State Board of Education, are members of MABE. The mission of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education is to support local boards in fulfilling their multiple roles through professional development, advocacy, and member services. Beginning with development, MABE understands that excellence in the classroom begins with excellence in the boardroom. In order to serve the needs of our members, MABE offers a comprehensive variety of board development programs designed for new board members as well as veteran members. Individual workshops address such varied issues as the Open Meetings Act, parliamentary procedure, No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, special education, and addressing the achievement gap. This year, we are sponsoring a summer leadership conference on the 24th of June at Rocky Gap Resort, which is out in my territory in Allegheny County. Very easy to reach, right off of I-68. That's June 24th. And then MABE's annual conference, and I think I have a number of friends here whom I've met at the annual conference, will be this year, October 5th and 7th in Ocean City. We serve our members by being advocates for public schools, for local control of education, and for the leadership and legal authority of school boards. Because events happen quickly during the legislative session, we strive to keep members informed and involved via email updates, such as the Green Street Legislative Report, the Monitor, which summarizes the most recent State Board of Education meeting, and as needed, calls to action and member alerts. This is really an important function. Our legislative committee goes from door to door in the Senate and the delegate office building, literally lobbying for funds for education in Maryland and trying to avoid the onerous yoke of unfunded mandates. As early as this morning, we have been working on a letter in response to any efforts on the part of the legislature to pass back retirement costs. Member services, a category that encompasses a variety of value-added services designed to enhance the efficiency and capability of school system governance, management, and operations. Services such as board docs and performance matters are a fee-for-service basis and are available to members at much lower fee scheduled, negotiated by MABE on their behalf. MABE offers legal and policy services designed to assist and protect school boards. Among the many services listed of note are the 5 to 6 Legal Services Association seminars held by MABE each year that deal with topics such as special ed, the job of your pupil personnel workers, and general changes in school law that impact your district. And our most recent session was on the new ethics code for which we will all be responsible in the coming months. While these seminars are attended by board members, they're also heavily attended by school staff as well. With a tradition of strength and stability, MABE's insurance services mission is to provide comprehensive, affordable casualty, property, and workers' compensation insurance coverage and risk management services for Maryland school systems. As you can see, there are a variety of programs offered, along with risk management resources such as the publication Safety News available on the website. At this time, 23 of our school districts are members of one or more of the groups listed. We are pleased that Prince George's County is a member of the group insurance pool, and I think that we all find that these are extremely important money savers for our district. Member services, as mentioned earlier, MABE offers members web-based programs and services at significantly lower rates through partnerships with the selected companies. Board docs, it's an efficient system that enables paperless board meetings. Performance Matters is a data warehouse that facilitates data-driven decision-making. And the new one, Buy Boards, a program that provides school district and other public entities with an opportunity to save time and money through an online purchasing cooperative. This is a nationwide cooperative for everything that is non-perishable. So it can be a great savings for our school districts as we buy through the Buy Boards cooperative. Communication is always a key issue. MABE keeps members informed of current news, trends, and topics in education through various publications and our comprehensive website. Membership provides the Monitor, a summary of the State Board's monthly meeting, the Green Sheet Legislative Newsletter, the e-Brief Newsletter, along with member alerts and news flashes. These publications are also available on the website. And now, the latest news flash, we also have recently ventured into having a MABE Facebook page. If you're so inclined, you may become a fan. Unfortunately, we're not Twittering yet. Okay, member services with community engagement. MABE assists boards with local events, such as the highly successful What Counts community engagement forums and board member candidate forums. What Counts was offered this year in Calvert County as well as in several others. Feedback from the board and community has been highly positive. Staff also is available to tailor similar forum to suit the needs of individual districts. We are just a call away. MABE can be contracted to provide superintendent search services at a comparatively lower rate than search firms. Now, this is something we hope you're not going to need for a long time, but we have 6 new incoming superintendents next year, and MABE has been involved this year in 2 of those searches. We've conducted the majority of searches in Maryland over the past 10 years and are currently working with 2 boards. Well, fortunately, these are completed. Now, a word of thank you. MABE is an excellent staff ready to serve you, but without the participation of board members throughout the state, we would not be able to do the work of the association. We appreciate the leadership and participation of your members who so generously give of their time and expertise on various committees. Before the meeting began and the gate was closed, I dropped off for Ms. Hathaway Beck some note cards that MABE used last year as gifts for our speakers. Those note cards were designed by Prince George's County students, special education students. They were turned into a mosaic, and as they are passed around, you'll see they are a very handsome note card and pretty much coveted. Okay, the Board of Directors. There have been a few changes since this photograph was taken at the annual conference last September. Our treasurer, Roger Jansen, is missing from the group. However, the job of the Board of Directors remains the same, no matter the makeup, to serve and support local boards of education in fulfilling their multiple roles. Now, in addition to presenting our mission today and services to you, our other task was to get feedback. We're proud of what we do, and if there have been services that have been particularly helpful to you, we'd like to hear about them. But if there are other services we could be providing to support your work as individual board members and collectively as a board, we'd like to hear that too. Today is not a convenient time. If you have some ideas, please pass them on to anybody. The MABE address system is very simple, tcar@mabe.org or csmith@mabe.org, and we get back to you within the day. So thank you very much for allowing us to come today. Are there any questions from the board members?
Ms. Waller.
Thank you so much for bringing us a presentation on MABE. Sometimes I feel like you all are an untapped resource, and certainly since I've been on the board, I've been finding out more about the resources that you offer, and I've enjoyed working with you all and look forward to our continued working relationship. You had a slide up there that referred to board member candidate forums. Mm-hmm. We will be transitioning, of course, with various board members. Could you speak to a little bit about what is a board member candidate forum, please? Thank you.
Board candidate member forum, they're for basically people who are considering running for the Board of Education. In fact, this past, it was June or a year ago, I have to get to the elections, well, I guess it was last June. We actually were part of a program that was done by a coalition of community groups here in Prince George's County, where we met with many people who were considering, yes, indeed, who are considering running for the Board of Education. So we do those forums not only here, but in Southern Maryland and, well, really across the state, particularly obviously during the election year, so that people who are considering being board members have a chance to understand something about the role try to do these prior to the formal filing dates so that, they have that information. And we've actually done that the last 2 times. Prince George's County has been a leader in bringing groups together to actually do candidate forums for prospective board members.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. I'd like to add my 2 cents on this, that when I first started attending the MABE meetings, I didn't realize how important the relationships with my colleagues in other counties would be. And on numerous occasions, I'll reach out to them, what are you doing with this? And they've been such a great resource. I think MABE brings us together in that type of environment so that you're being trained, but you're also finding the resources through your colleagues in other areas. And I am looking forward to my colleagues here being more stepping into the MABE roles. I know that we've been through several of the training classes, but I know the first few months are always in a blur. But I think once that we get our feet on the ground, then MABE is a valuable tool for us.
There is a steep learning curve, as any new board member knows, and we try to help, but also, as Mr. Carr said, in professional development, as an ongoing process. We are fortunate, though, in Maryland, because we are a county-structured state. The county is really the unit of local government, so we only have 24 school boards, 23 counties and the city of Baltimore. So we are really able to get to know each other, to share perspectives, to recognize that we all share the same challenges. They play out differently in different contexts, but we share them, and that we're all working to the same end, which is to ensure a quality education for every student, whether in Garrett County or whether in Somerset County or Prince George's County or Montgomery, wherever it is. And it's really rewarding to work with boards in this state because they take that challenge and that commitment very, very seriously.
Which might be why we're still #1.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your work on the board.
You're welcome, and thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I do have copies of our presentation, which I'll leave, and
right, with
if
Mr.
you'd like to have a
Coleman right
copy.
there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, I will now yield the floor to Mr. Lucci for a legislative update.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Education, Mr. Superintendent. I have 3 things to report to you, even though the General Assembly session's been over for more than a month. First is to provide some feedback that MABE requested, and that is that their legislative support is excellent and a huge assistance as I represent you in the school system in Annapolis. And you have on board docs today the legislative summary issued by MABE, which is very good, and not only does it summarize the bills that passed that we discussed before, but I think just as importantly, if not more importantly, the last section is bills that were defeated. And that's where MABE quietly but very effectively helps legislators realize that perhaps they're overreaching into the realm of a school curriculum that's really the realm of a Board of Education member and not a legislator. And so there's a lot of legislation that was never saw the light of day, and I think a lot of that has to do with the effectiveness of MABE in Annapolis. Second, I want to tell you about today in Annapolis was the bill signing ceremony, and Annapolis didn't look too much different from when we had left a month ago, except for one thing. There was a barbed wire fence around the House of Delegates building, which seemed very strange. There's even a small sign that said no lobbyists allowed, which was, I guess, an attempt at humor. But they're clearing out all the asbestos from the House office building. And so, but this was a strange sight to see barbed wire around the House office building. There were 2 bills signed by the governor today that were of interest to this board. One was the Website Transparency Act, and the other one was legislation regarding the school facility surcharge that we successfully had heavily amended. And as soon as the governor signed both bills, the rain just started pouring down outside. It was just the most amazing thing, and I'm sure it was purely coincidental. Finally, there's recently a letter that was sent by Senate President Miller to Governor O'Malley, and I have a copy of it here, and I think it might be on your board docs as well. And there's a portion of it I want to read to you. And the letter is about the special session that the legislature is going to have this fall, maybe in September, but more likely in October. It has to have the session to do congressional redistricting because that has to be put in place because the congressional primary will be next April. But while they're there, they can consider other matters as well. So in Senator Miller's letter, it says the cost of teachers' pensions next year will equal our state's entire structural deficit of $1.1 billion. If the local governments paid the full pension cost for teachers in the manner they fully fund the pensions of other critical local government employees, such as police officers and firefighters, our structural deficit will be completely resolved. When we come together this fall, we should do so with a carefully and jointly crafted plan to cut the budget through the sharing of local pension costs with local governments. So we were thinking we had until January to continue to advocate on behalf of our integrity of our school budget, but we have much less time than that. We have the summer, basically. So I thought I would share that with you as well. And wish you a good summer and see you in September.
Colleagues, any discussion? Ms. Johnson.
If the state has a structural deficit, it's because revenues generated out of the localities are not going to the state. So by passing down additional responsibilities like pensions, if we don't have the money, which is why the state is a structural deficit, where are we supposed to get the money to pay it, to eliminate the structural deficit of the state?
Right, but either way, the burden falls on the taxpayers of Maryland, whether it's done by the localities or done by the state. It's the same set of taxpayers.
But it's the same taxpayers, whether they... Again, I don't have an answer, but it's, it's like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? It is strange as we are looking to do that, and yet nobody, we will not raise taxes, or whatever it is that they believe is the magic mantra for not doing that. But it is of concern to me passing along pension costs to the localities. If the localities are struggling, and they are, how are they going to do that?
There is no answer, either draconian cuts or tax increases or some combination thereof. I mean, as we've discussed before, the difference in this area as opposed to any other area in the state budget is this area has a state constitutional mandate providing every child with an adequate public education. Mm-hmm. And part of that mandate is providing the teacher, and part of that is providing the teacher's compensation. And so passing the entire obligation to the localities is not really consistent with that mandate.
No, and that's my point. It is not consistent with that. And, I don't know, this round robin we have of not having a real way to deal with who's responsible, how do we care for that responsibility, and where's the money going to come from. Cutting clearly is not the answer. Spending is not the answer, but we have to do something. But I just wondered if you had an idea about how we're going to make that work. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lucci. Thank you for your work up in Annapolis and for the humor in the way you deliver it when you have mostly bad news for us.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Smith.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your kind words about me, but that was the issue that Mr. Carr alluded to earlier, the proposal by President Miller to shift further retirement costs. But it needs to be clear that was done during the last legislative session, that in fact benefits were cut, for future retirees at the state and education system, as well as an increase of 2% in terms of contributions from 5 to 7%. So this kind of cost shifting, which is what is being proposed, is really a kind of double indemnity. I mean, it's doing even further damage than what has already been done. And what is particularly galling about that, and you can quote me, is that some of the money that in fact is coming to the state through those changes is actually going into the general fund, not into the pension system, which in and of itself is not fully funded. So MABE, on behalf of local boards, is going to push back very hard on this notion, and I mean very hard. And it's going to be incumbent, Mrs. Johnson and others, for every local board to take this issue up with their delegates, to let them know what kind of effect this would have. This is not, this is not theoretical. This is going to reach down to every child in every classroom, in every school system in this state, if this kind of cost shifting continues in Maryland. And we've got to push back. We've got to push back hard. I know the superintendents are going to be doing that, and we're going to be calling on each board to do it as well. So I appreciate you giving me that segue, and I'm sorry if I took up more time than I should.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Colleagues, we are now ready to yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of 6.1 MSP2 Minority Student Pipeline Math Science Partnership. 4.1, public comment on agenda items. The agenda items are 9.1, which are related to, okay, thank you. So those will come up during the section of the agenda where we're talking about Possibility STEM Charter School, which is later. Dr. Height.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are excited today to have a presentation on the Minority Student Pipeline, the Math Science Partnership. And earlier you heard from Dr. Dukes, who did a tremendous introduction of this presentation. So I'm not going to repeat everything she said, but it is a $12.4 million award to 6 partner institutions, and Prince George's County Public Schools is one, along with Bowie State University, Prince George's Community College, University of Maryland College Park, Townsend University, and the University System of Maryland. And we are thrilled today to have several of these institutions represented, and we will introduce each of those individuals, but I will yield now to the 2 co-presenters or co-principal investigators who will be walking us through this presentation. And first I'd like to introduce Dr. Anisha Campbell, assistant professor and the principal investigator from Bowie State University, and Dr. David May, project manager and co-principal investigator, University System of Maryland.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here. I was telling my colleagues earlier, this is my first board meeting. So I'm very happy to be here and excited about this opportunity to share with you what we're doing with the MSP Squared. As mentioned by Dr. Height, Bowie State University is the lead institution, and Bowie State University has a very rich history in teacher preparation. And we were honored to host the town hall meeting this week, which focused on encouraging students to become teachers. So we are very excited and proud to be leading this effort. At this time, I'd like to introduce some of my colleagues who are here with us from our partner institutions. With me from Bowie State University is Dr. Elaine Davis.
From Prince George's Community College, we have Dr. Charlene Dukes and Dr. Christine Barrow. From the University System of Maryland, we have Ms. Nancy Shapiro and Dr. David May. And Mr. Dwayne Morgan. I'd also like to recognize again from the PG County Public School System, Dr. Height for his support, Dr. Arbogast, and Dr. Gladys Whitehead. Our other partners consist of Towson University and the University of Maryland College Park. Our representatives are not here today, but they still play a critical part in this grant. Again, as stated many times before, this is a $12.4 million grant from the National Science Foundation. And if you look at this chart, the public school system receives about 32% of that $12.4 million, which is about a little bit more than $4 million. The other partners receive funds, and it's kind of equally distributed depending on the roles and the efforts of support for the PG County school system. What's special about this grant is that first we have PG County as a partner, which is one of the largest school districts in the country. And also we have represented a very large number of institutions within the University System of Maryland. So that makes this grant special. And NSF is looking at this grant as a national model. Due to time constraints, I know you have the full presentation, but I'm going to skip through some of those. But if you have questions, myself or my colleagues will answer those for you. We're creating a pipeline, which means we are servicing teachers and students. And what we're doing is we're providing professional development for the teachers in the summer, or it continues throughout the academic year. We provide professional development in the area of inquiry instruction. These teachers will take this information and these tools and ideas to the classroom, to middle school and high school students. So on this graph, we don't have the middle school, but we have incorporated middle school students into some of these programs. And I'll give you more details on the programs that we've established. We're hoping that these students one day will enter into an institution of higher education, hopefully Bowie State University, not that I'm biased, but. And we want them to choose a major in science or consider science teaching. The goals of the grant are to get more students interested in science and science teaching. And to accomplish these goals, we have what we call their strategies, but we have broken them into strands. And these strands focus on teachers and students. So we have 2 strands that focus on teachers and 2 strands that focus on students. The first strand focuses on teachers that teach grades 4 through 8. We conduct professional development science institutes during the summer. They continue through the academic year. And this effort is led by the Community College and the University of Maryland College Park. At the end of the 5 years, we will have touched 750 teachers. So you can imagine the number of students that will be impacted by this. Our second strategy, or strand 2, focuses on teachers in grades 9 through 12. And these teachers participate in a summer research experience. They are paired with a researcher at a university, and they are also given professional development during the academic year. This effort is led by Towson University, and at the end of the 5 years, we will have touched 110 teachers. Strand 3, there's a correction here. This focuses on grades 6 through through 12. So instead of the 8, please put a 6 there. And that deals with dual enrollment and early college experiences. These efforts are led by PG Community College and Bowie State University. For the dual enrollment, students will receive science credits before they graduate high school. So the effort led by PG Community College, adjunct faculty from the community college go to the high schools during the academic year, and they do one course in the fall, one course in the spring. Students usually receive forensic biology and, what's the other one? Forensic biology, environmental biology. So they receive these courses during the academic year. At Bowie State, we have a different program. Ours is a summer residential program where PG County high school students will live on our campus for 5.5 weeks. They will come to our campus for 3 consecutive summers. The first summer, they receive prep work in biology, chemistry, math. We give them English also, and we give them college skills to get them prepped for taking college courses and being successful in college life. The second summer, they receive Biology 102, which is our introductory biology course. The third summer, they receive a general chemistry course. So these students will have 7 to 8 credits of science before they graduate high school. Our target is to have 375 high school students, 120 middle school students. Now, our middle school program is a 2-week science camp. It is residential, no weekends. Neither program is weekends. We let them go on the weekend. And during the 2 weeks, we just give them science labs. The students have dissected pigs. They've done some forensic science. We take them on field excursions. So during that 2 weeks, we give them as much science as they can take. And at the end of the first week, because we don't keep them on the weekends, and we tell the parents come at 5 o'clock, I get a call from one of the mentors. One of the parents wants to talk to me. So I'm wondering, oh, what has happened? And the parent gets on the phone and she says, my child doesn't want to leave. I said, you must take her home, please. Our fourth strategy is for undergraduate students, science majors. And we have 2 things that we do in this strand. One is that the undergraduate students are given an opportunity to participate in a summer internship doing research in a lab during the summer. And also during the fall of the year, our students are paired with a public school system teacher who mentors them for a semester. So you have science majors, maybe they haven't considered teaching. I always say most of the students at Bowie don't consider teaching until they get to organic chemistry. And then they say, what else can I do? So we have some students who come away from that experience saying, now I think I want to teach. When before, all they wanted to do was go to medical school. This effort is led by the University of Maryland College Park, and it will target about 150 students. We are in year 3 of a 5-year grant, and to date, this is the number of participants that we've had: 163 teachers that participate in our professional development during the summer and the academic year, 201 students that are participating in the dual enrollment or in the middle school science camp, 71 undergraduates that are either doing research in the summer or participating in the Teaching Fellows program, being mentored by a public school teacher during the academic semester, and 43 higher education science faculty who are participating in each one of those. So whether they're participating in the professional development institutes, whether they are teaching a course for the dual enrollment, or they are hosting students for the summer research experience. Just to highlight the professional development, this chart represents teachers who were chosen to participate in the professional development And they were asked what was their weakest subject. It could have been chemistry, earth and space science, life science, or physical science. Based on what they felt their weakest subject was, that was the focus for them during that professional development. They were also given a test in that subject area. If you look at the blue bars, that is the percent correct prior to participating in the professional development. The red bars represent the knowledge or the increase in the content knowledge that they had post or after they participated in the professional development. And in each subject, you can see an increase in their knowledge. They were also given a survey, and some of the highlights of that survey were that 90% of them enjoyed teaching science more as a result of their participation. 98% wanted more district-led opportunities to work with teachers from other schools. Another comment was, this program is showing me how to teach my students to think critically to solve problems. To highlight the dual enrollment program, again, this program provides the opportunity for high school students to earn college science credits before they graduate from high school. That is done in two ways. Either the faculty come to the high schools, and the high schools we've had participate are Largo High School, Oxon Hill, Bladensburg, and I'm sure my colleagues can give me some other high schools. But they go into the high school during the academic year to teach a college credit course. Bowie State does this during 3 consecutive summers. However, before these students graduate high school, they can receive 7 to 8 college credits in science. The top table shows in 2009, there were 60 participants. 2010, there were 83, and approximately 700 college credits awarded. For Bowie State University, the blue bars represent cohort 1. Remember, these students come for 3 consecutive summers, and we're showing the retention of these students. We have about 95% retention for cohort 1, and our second group was returning for their second year this year. So each year we receive a new cohort, and we have more than 95% retention of both cohorts so far. Some of the comments that they make, one of the rules that's interesting during our summer programs, we do not allow cell phones on the campus. So if you're familiar with our area, we tell them, as you turn from Route 197 onto the Bowie State University campus, I just tell them, throw your cell phone out the window. We do not allow them. If we find one, we take it, and your mom or dad has to retrieve it at the end of the program. Now, when they were given a survey and asked what they least liked about the program, no one listed it was because they couldn't have their cell phone. The thing that they listed was because you know you're dealing with high school students, now they're on a college campus, the expectations are higher. They didn't like the fact that if one person did something wrong, everyone got punished for it. So if someone did something wrong, maybe you don't have enough free time in the evening because everyone gets punished. But no one stated that they did not like the fact that they could not have the cell phone. These students are so engaged and so excited. The thing that they most liked about the program is that they get to come to a college campus and live on the college campus. So that's key with the middle school students and also the high school students. This is the end of the presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those. And before we get to the questions, I'd like to bring 2 of our fearless leaders to the podium. We have Dr. William Kerwin, the Chancellor of the University System, and also Dr. Mickey Burnham, who is the President of Bowie State University.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. To the members of the school board, I am delighted to be here and have a chance to make a few comments to you regarding this wonderful project that Dr. Campbell just so eloquently described. We at Bowie State University are glad to be part of this wonderful partnership that's designed, among other things, to heighten the awareness of students to what the opportunities are in STEM disciplines. And as Chancellor Kerwin will tell you in a moment, getting more students to focus on STEM is something that we've embraced as a university system. And we're all focused on doing that, but we're especially pleased to be the leader for this particular project and to partner with Dr. Dukes and our colleagues at Prince George's Community College, Dr. Height, and our colleagues in the school system of Prince George's County, to introduce the possibilities to students and to help them to see a way into these STEM disciplines, and then to impose the discipline. When Dr. Campbell said what she did just now about cell phones, I checked to make sure that mine was turned off and in my pocket so that you wouldn't see it and retrieve it. But in all seriousness, the leadership for our efforts in the university system of Maryland, and it really includes all of constituent institutions, comes from Chancellor Kerwin and from the members of the Board of Regents, because they recognize that if the university system is to do its part in helping Maryland to be in the best position possible to take advantage of innovation, productivity, and so forth that will be necessary for this state to do its rightful part of being competitive in an increasingly competitive world, that we simply have to steer more of our students into opportunities and careers in the STEM areas. And so I want to give them that credit. So thank you for the opportunity to present to you on this project today and for giving me a chance to greet you. And I'm now delighted to introduce to you my boss, Britt Kerwin, Chancellor of the University System of Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mickey, for your comments, the introduction, and your great leadership of Bowie State University. We're just all very pleased to be here today and to have an opportunity to talk to you a little bit about this project and to convey to you the sense of importance we place upon it. I think one of the great challenges, maybe the greatest challenges facing our country, is our ability to remain competitive in this global economic world that we are now in, and other nations aren't standing still, and the data are pretty clear. We are not producing enough young people going into the STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we have to do something about that as a nation, as a state, as a university system, as boards of educations across the country. And that's really what this is all about. This is so important to this issue of the STEM production of graduates is so important that when the Board of Regents approved their recent strategic plan, Powering Maryland Forward, a 2020 strategic plan, one of the top priorities in that plan was increasing the number of STEM graduates by 40% over the course of this decade. And obviously, given the demographic changes in our country, in our state, that cannot happen unless we greatly increase the production of STEM students interested in the STEM disciplines and succeeding in school in the STEM disciplines, getting degrees, underrepresented minorities getting degrees. We're going to have a big event at the system office with the governor, Senator Mikulski, myself, Congressman Rupersberger on Monday morning. And it's all about the threat, the challenge we face as a nation and a state in producing enough workers in the area of cybersecurity. I mean, cybersecurity is a huge threat to the economy and the defense of the national defense. And we don't have there are tens of thousands of vacancies in this field, and they're going to just grow. We've got to build this pipeline. That's why the federal government, through the National Science Foundation, created this program. And it was so important to us that we partnered with we brought together the institutions in the system, Bowie State, College Park, Towson, our great partner at Prince George's Community College, Charlene Dukes, Dr. Hite from the Prince George's schools, came together, and under the leadership of our wonderful faculty member, Anisha Campbell, who you just heard from, we put in a proposal, and we won this proposal, $12.5 million. And you've heard some of the good work that is already being done with this grant. But just think about it for a moment. We have elementary students as young as 10 years old benefiting from new teaching techniques that have been made possible by this grant, and getting all excited about STEM education. We got middle school students from right here in Prince George's County being exposed to scientific inquiry on our college campuses, going off in the summer and during the school year to work on real projects that gets them excited. We got high school students who have access to dual enrollment and are earning college credit while they're in high school in the STEM disciplines. So I think this is the right program at the right time in the right county. That's what we have in this. It is a win-win-win. This partnership between the Prince George's County Schools, the Prince George's Community College, the University System of Maryland, led by this wonderful faculty member at Bowie State. I'm very, very optimistic about this program. We're going to do great things for the young people of this county, and then they're going to go and do wonderful things for our state and nation. Thank you so much for letting me say a few words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kerwin. We have, at this time, 4 board members who have questions about this program. I'm uncertain who wants to, Ms. Campbell or a panel? Oh, wow. We're not going to be charged extra for this, are we?
No.
Okay, we'll lead with Ms. Boston. Oh. Then Ms. Johnson. Roz Johnson. Question? She just passed.
Good afternoon. I'm looking at your presentation. It is very impressive. Thank you. I'm going to take a slightly different path. My concern is we clearly can see that this is a phenomenally good program. What I don't know about it is how are you publicizing it so that all of the children in Prince George's County Public Schools can hear about it, know about it, learn about it, and engage in conversation about it, and having students to report back to the system as a whole, their individual schools, about their experience so you can grow the program. What is the limitation on growth in terms of numbers? And my last question is, this is a pipeline about STEM instruction, which clearly is important. But as a liberal arts person, I also would like to know, are you looking at developing a pipeline for young people who may be interested in international policy, public policy, American public policy, education as a career? Is a look at different types of pipelines with that kind of engagement and investment being developed, or is it solely based on STEM?
You want to take the first part about it?
Communication.
In order to get the word out to the system, we have a website with all of the information about the National Science Foundation effort. We communicate to our school leaders, our department chairs, our teacher coordinators. Felicia Martin is our project manager within the county, and she wasn't here when everyone was introduced. Felicia, can you stand? And so we send out information through all of these venues to let parents and teachers know of the opportunities available in the grant.
And Dr. Whited, well, obviously you have young people who are taking you up on it. How are you tracking the depth and width of this publication, publicizing this, to determine if your efforts to get it into our young people is actually bearing as much fruit as possible? Because I will be very frank with you, if I wasn't on the Board of Ed, I would not have heard about it. And that's a concern.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, from the waiting list that we have for the programs, we know that the word is out in the system. And of course, our effort today was to make sure that the board is aware of this phenomenal program. So.
And if someone could speak to developing a pipeline in other types of disciplines that would also attract students.
Ms. Johnson, thank you very much for that question. Let me say, first of all, that I think all of the institutions in the university system of Maryland certainly take a comprehensive approach in trying to educate the people who come to our institutions. And we are interested in developing the whole person and focusing on STEM disciplines, but also on the things that speak to art and to beauty and to truth and so forth. And so we're concerned generally about the overall education of people. It so happens that the opportunity here, though, was for STEM. This reflects priority that has been placed at the federal level for the development of capacity for our nation in the STEM area. And so going after that, of course, we have to indicate that we can do what they are interested in funding. And so that's why the emphasis is on this. But I assure you that at Bowie State University, as well as at all of the other institutions in the university system, we certainly are interested in doing all that we can to remain true to our missions, even though we are dealing with very, very tight budgets these days, as is the case throughout our economy. So the answer is yes, we continue to do what we can. We're looking forward this coming year to opening a new fine and performing arts building at Bowie State University. It's been funded by the General Assembly, and we look forward to the difference that we can make in attracting more students into those areas as majors, for example. So I assure you that the attention is there, the interest is there, but this program talks about what is available and what is being funded.
No, I understand that, and I'm not telling you that I'm looking at an either or. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for an and. That if we can have the focus on a STEM type of pipeline, which clearly has value.
Certainly.
But as I'm saying, for me, as a liberal arts person, I know that there are others like me who are readers, they're writers, they're public thinkers, they are futurists, these kinds of things, problem solvers, but not in the science and tech field, and would like to know, are you hearing about anything where a pipeline for that type of student may possibly be developed? Not get rid of this. I'm not talking about either or.
I think the short answer to your question is yes. Our faculty in those areas certainly are looking for opportunities. But to be honest with you, those opportunities are not as plentiful as they are in the STEM disciplines right now.
Mr. Armwood.
Ms. Johnson, before Mr. Armwood speaks, if I could add my 2 cents to this conversation. And I think, to Dr. Burnham's point, a couple of weeks ago I talked about the students at the student-built house, and we were so excited because the students were receiving scholarships and awards, and some of the students were not there to pick up their scholarships because they were taking AP exams that day. And it was nice to think that students who are also sitting for the AP exam also had an application experience of their student-built house. And so as we think about this STEM and how it relates, this is, I agree with you, this is not an either-or proposition, but this becomes, how do we make STEM a part of the experience of all students, regardless of if they're having a science-related focus or a liberal arts-related focus or some other focus. And so how does that become fundamental to all of this, to the experience that all students have in their county? And this will help us determine how to do that as they work with young people who are very excited about the program. And just to add one other piece around the communication, there's a significant waiting list for students to participate in the program.
Right. If I could just mention one other thing, Board Member Johnson, if we had thought ahead and were smart enough to know you were going to ask this question, I'm sure could have brought an inventory of opportunities and programs where our universities reach out to the Prince George's County schools in areas other than STEM, but we weren't smart enough. I mean, for example, I know for a fact that the Clarice Smith Center at College Park has summer programs, enrichment programs in the arts. That we have competitions in history that engage students, school students in history projects. So maybe what I should do is go back and put together a list just to assure you that we're not only focused on STEM, but we came here thinking, primarily to talk about this program, and we'll get you some additional information to assure you that we're not just nerds.
It's not for me. It's for our system, and you can give it to Dr. Whitehead. She knows I have an eclectic type of, one from here and two from there. But I do think that is helpful because I'm sure that we have young people. It will be so exciting to have those options for them. Thanks.
And Ms. Johnson, I just wanted to add that we already have in the pipeline, well, today we were just awarded a STEM grant that's going to come through the World Languages program. And so we have several grants in the pipeline that deal with the fine arts. We have several others that deal with teaching in different disciplines. So, we are seeking a lot of partnerships to have a complete picture for all of the teachers in our system. And so we can put together a list of those for you.
Mr. Armwood.
I want to thank you for your presentation. I really support the STEM initiatives. I understand the importance of them. I have a daughter graduating tomorrow from UMES with biochemical, whatever degree, going straight into a PhD program, cum laude, et cetera. But I like to push open other doors. And we emphasize AP in the college level courses. However, many of our students require remedial courses in reading and math, which is, of course, an expense and demoralizes some students, derails them from their college career. And our commitment, I say our contract, is to graduate college-ready students. And can we, in PGCPS, with our partners, develop a program that will provide postgraduate support for these students so that instead of paying the college for remedial courses because of our failure to graduate them ready in those courses, what can we develop whether it's online, whether it's evening school, to support and give those students their additional training. I would like to ask for Dr. Height to work with our partners, because I think we mentioned this once before, to determine how many of our students require remedial training. Once we find out how many of these students require remedial training, develop a proposal to provide additional support for them. And once again, thank you very much for your support of the Prince George's County school system.
Mr. Armwood, if I could just weigh in on your comment. Actually, we're working very closely with Prince George's Community College now in a dual enrollment. We are very aware of the need for remediation, not just for our students, but frankly, for all graduating high school students entering into the college. What we're hearing across the nation is that the need for remediation is pretty severe. It goes to changing the bar for our high school students away from HSA to much more rigor, and that's the whole definition of college and career ready. I actually, even though we have a close relationship with our partners at the podium, what you're asking for is on us. We have to prepare those students to enter and be successful at the community college, at Bowie, at Towson, and at College Park.
But are the colleges, they're finding the students not ready, and we need their assistance to develop what it is that they're looking for and identify those students so that we can help them.
If I may, and thank you for the question, we are certainly all partners in that, and I believe that the work that we're doing now as it relates to Race to the Top, to Common Core, for the partnership, for the assessment of college and career readiness. You know, Maryland is one of the states that is a major part of that partnership, and much of our work within the Race to the Top initiative looks at that, the whole notion of college and career readiness and seamless entry from high school into a collegiate career, whether it be at the community college or any of the four-year institutions across the state of Maryland. So we do recognize, A, that we have work to do, and that work is not just a partnership between the public school system and institutions of higher education. It is a community partnership. You know, what is it that business and industry can bring to the table relative to their expectations? How can we involve parents and other key stakeholders across our communities, and helping our students understand the importance of staying focused and motivated and persevere? What does it mean in terms of our high school curriculum? All of us know that even with this whole notion of moving into higher education and needing some remedial or developmental work, the vast majority of that work is needed in mathematics. And that is why even at the university system, and certainly Chancellor Kerwin can speak to that, the requirements that they put in place relative to a student coming in and needing 4 years of math, and math, I think, at that senior year. And because that's where we find most of the difficulty resides. With English and reading, students can get through, and they can get through fairly quickly. But mathematics, you know, most of us, quite frankly, are not doing quadratic or algebraic equations. And I'm the liberal arts president of the group. Quite frankly, we have mathematicians and economic who are leading some of our other institutions, but that's the problem we find at Prince George's Community College, that math really is the stumbling block, and math is a major gatekeeper to moving in and through collegiate coursework.
Understood. I'm just trying to get to the point that we have a responsibility to our students.
Exactly.
And we need to take a lead in helping them if they're not ready.
And for the first time, Mr. Armwood, and well, it's not the first time because we've been doing this for a while now, but Dr. Dukes and I just met yesterday, and we meet regularly, and I meet with many of the partners who you see standing up here, and we're not just meeting to identify the number of students who require remedial courses. We're actually meeting to construct what we need to do about that collectively. And so we need their voice as we devise curriculum, intervention, supports, and we were just talking about that. And to Dr. Arbogast's point, I think the greatest indicator of success for college readiness is having a college experience before leaving high school and being exposed to college-type work before leaving high school. And students who have that type of exposure, and once they know they can be successful, that's why it's so important for this program to get young people on the college campuses during the summer. Once they realize that they can be successful, then they continue to build on that knowledge and those experiences. So it's one of the reasons we talk regularly, but not only are we talking now, we're actually constructing what the interventions and the supports should look like.
I agree 100% that having the college experience and the college level courses is important, but we may still reach 10, maybe at most 15% of those students. And how many students are not taking advantage of those courses, and what supports can we provide to them? The ones that are the liberal arts, the ones who decide to go to the local community college or Maryland system, not really having developed what they want to do yet. They get in there, they find out they need to take 2 remedial courses, and can we support those students? That's what I'm driving to. The ones that did not take advantage of the college level courses, we can support them also.
No question about it, and that's why the work that we're doing around Race to the Top speaks to that. And one of the things that we're doing, Mr. Elmwood, is not just looking at this from the perspective of high schools, but we have to revamp our curriculum in middle school and in elementary schools. So we have to backward map those expectations to much earlier levels so that the type of math experience, the type of science experience, what we are expecting with regard to writing, all of that is put into much earlier years. Text complexity, all of those things that we've talked about before. That's why we're doing the work with College Board to really backward map that into the earlier grades.
Thank you. Ms. Higgins?
Yes, I guess I just want to share what I'm sure a number of us feel, in that it is so exciting to hear the presentation and to visibly see the partnership. To have Chancellor Kerwin here, as well as the presidents of Bowie State and Prince George's Community College and the University of Maryland College Park so visibly and strongly recommended, says volumes to the partnership that we're working together on behalf of the children in Prince George's County. I also recognize that this partnership just doesn't happen. It's a lot of hard work, it's relationships, it's trust, and it's really coming together for a common goal, which is to help continually provide quality experiences for our students. So thank you so much for taking time from your busy schedule, for finding this grant, for working in partnership with Dr. Height and with his team about showing how well our students can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burrows.
I too want to thank each and every one of you for participating. I had the opportunity to meet most of you earlier. This is truly impressive, and I'm really excited about it. My first question would go to Dr. Whitehead, and it's to echo the comments from Ms. Johnson when it comes to the selection of the students. So from what I gather, you already have the students chosen, and you already have a waiting list?
Yes, we have an application process, and I'm going to ask Felicia to come up and walk you through how that process happens.
Good afternoon. When we're talking about the program with Prince George's Community College, the 5 schools we're piloting the program in are Bladensburg, Central High School, Largo High School, Oxon Hill, and Gwynn Park was added last year. The students are given an opportunity to apply. There's an application that they fill out, and that application kind of pre-selects them for the program. When the students are selected, they are then apply as real college and students to PGCC. All of the students, we work with guidance counselors in the school. We work with, of course, the science teacher coordinators. We work with the principal and oftentimes the scheduler. Sometimes the scheduler is heavily involved in the team, but at schools like Bladensburg that are much bigger, it's really not, don't play a pivotal role. Okay. When we are talking about the Bowie State University experience for students, there's also an application, and they have to fill the application out. It is online, and they also have to get teacher recommendations. And so one of the things Dr. Whitehead I wanted to add is that the middle school program, there are over 300 applications for this coming summer, and the summer before it was almost 400, was that? It was almost 400 applications for 25 to 30 slots.
Wow. I just wanted to make sure that all the students didn't come from the same community.
No, and can I also add that for the PGCC program, we're actively looking to find that minority student who is a first-time college goer. They have an essay, they write essays. So what happens, like for instance, Gwynn Park, every student that applies at Gwynn Park is qualified. So, and it's more than the 20 slots. So you start reading the essays to see, is this a first-time college student? What is the student saying for the experience? And so that gives them more points on the scoring rubric to get into the program.
Okay, and I also wanted to congratulate you on the data of the Teacher Summer Science Institute.
Mm-hmm.
That data was extremely impressive, so congratulations there. And lastly, I went to a school district in California, Napa School District, and they don't have AP tests, or very few in the school that I went to. Instead, they actually have a partnership, a strong partnership with the community college, and the school district has a relationship with the community college, and the community college professors actually come into the school and teach the classes, and the students get credit for it. And I had this conversation with Dr. Height, when I returned about a little over a month ago, about that same partnership taking place in Prince George's County. So,
It is. That is exactly what is happening.
Absolutely. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Dukes, and thank you, Dr. Height, for this great surprise. And I also wanted to thank my college president, Mickey Burnham. I attend Bowie State, and I look forward to seeing the students on campus because I'll be taking 4 classes this summer on campus.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. Ms. Waller.
Thank you so much. I'm going to echo the accolades my colleagues have given to Dr. Dukes, Dr. Kerwin, and Dr. Burnham. And I want to thank you all for helping this Board of Education raise the bar for all of our students. And you gave a wonderful example about not having the cell phones. You know, you're setting that bar, but this is what we're going to expect of you. You know, you're no longer in elementary school, kindergarten. Hey, you're going into the real world. We're getting you ready for it. And certainly I want to also commend specifically the University of Maryland for reaching out to our schools throughout the county with various partnerships, not only in the STEM area, but I know personally in the music area and various other areas. Your mentoring programs, you're going into our high schools with various departments, working with our students, bringing volunteers on Saturdays, weekends. They're taking them on field trips, bringing them on campus. And I believe very strongly the earlier that we get a student on a college campus, that's where their mind is going to be, and that's where they're going to be focused. And that's what I like to see. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. Dr. Dukes, I'm excited that we have that campus over there in the Hyattsville area. We have great things going on over there, and we want to get some more of our younger students, just get them involved. And I tell parents a lot of times, you start checking in January about what's going on your college campuses. You cannot wait till May or June. It's too late. The classes are full, your opportunities are full, and so I just think that it's very important. I often say that Bowie State is an untapped gem in our area. And I talk about Bowie State all the time and the programs that you all have, how you all started out, you all continuing in that framework. And certainly we are here to help support you all. And we thank you for working with us and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been such an exciting discussion that we've been able to share with our community. It's often that we do the regular business of the board, but to bring something like this, it just underscores that we're not always doing what we've always done. We're stepping out, we're moving forward, and the word that just keeps coming back to me is exciting, because when we go out to the community now that we can share with them these rich partnerships, and it's just a different sense that we have now that we're moving forward in this specific area. I would also like to thank Dr. Dukes, Dr. Burnham, Dr. Kerwin for the long time relationship that we've had. We have also shared with you one of our most valuable resources, Leslie Hall, who was the former student board member and now at Bowie State, and also working with Dr. Kerwin. And we hope that you found him as fabulous as we found him when he served us well here. And we've all done our little spiel about our relationships with the university, and my daughter is tapping the gem at Bowie State University, and we could not be happier. Thank you again for this, and we look forward to continuing to work with Dr. Height so that we can support this valuable work. Thank you again.
Madam Chair, that brings us to item 7.0, consent agenda. There are two items: the declaration of surplus for property identified as Richardson Park, 31st Street, Mount Rainier, and item 7.2, public charter school approval of facility use agreement for Imagine Foundation 2 public charter school at Morningside Elementary.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if we might need to get colleagues from the back, because we need to begin voting at one point. I know we have some discussion. Did you want to just, no. Let's wait just a minute till we can get the rest of the colleagues to come out, because we will be voting on consent. Actually, I did have a question on 7.2. 7.2 is the first agreement that we will have with a charter facility for one of our schools. And so in that sense, it will be the prototype that other charters would look to when they're coming into the rental agreement. Now, when I read the use agreement, I clearly saw us as the landlord, them as the leasee. And my concern is that for the first year of this rental, the benefits to us are $200,000. I just want to make sure that that covers what we would have to do to that facility. Oh, I'd like to pull it. Thank you. So in terms of the $200,000, does that cover the expenses of bringing that school up to par? Because there's so many structural problems with it.
Okay. I'm waiting, Madam Chair, to determine if
do we need
it's appropriate to discuss.
Under the revisions recently made to Board Policy 9360, before the board takes any action to approve the consent agenda item, a board member can pull the item from the consent agenda, which automatically moves it to the non-consent agenda item so that you can discuss it and still take action today on it.
So we can have discussion and then slide it back into...
You don't even have to do that. It just 7.1 will now be moved down to the non-consent agenda, and you're going to discuss it and you can vote on it.
Okay. Yes,
I certainly defer to you, Ms. Hairston, but I understood the revised policy to say that you could only pull it without a vote by the board if you're when we did the agenda. And then if it's not done at the agenda time, then it needs a supermajority to pull it from consent. That's
the language specifically is prior to the adoption of the consent agenda.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we are at prior to the adoption of the consent. And I've asked to pull 7.1 for discussion. 7.2. The facility use agreement. Just for clarity, because it is a prototype, and so I think that it's valuable for us to have a better understanding in case, and hopefully we will be renting out more facilities as they become available. But because we are technically now a landlord, we have to really be cognizant of the expenses are covered by the costs.
And I have staff here who could talk about the expenses, Ms. Hathaway Beck, but essentially, because this school is starting with 3 grades, and starting with 3 grades, which means it will occupy a percentage of the building. And as it builds out, the lease will build out. So they're only utilizing a small portion of the building because of its 3 grades. I think it's 250 students.
Right.
The school has capacity of about 450, I believe. But it is and that's one of the reasons we are graduating the amount of the lease, because they're not using the full. And as staff has gone in to look at what needs to occur for the building, they're going to use the building as is. And the monies that we obtain from the lease would serve as revenue for us. Now, we would have to repair anything that happens to the building, but we've done an analysis of what's needed in the facility to approve their use and occupancy, and it is more than enough to cover those expenses. And Mr. Stefanelli is here as well if you want to add anything to that.
Dr. Height's correct. This is the amount of money that we're getting this year is going to let the school grow, and I'm sure other charter schools will have the same issue. They have a plan to grow over a period of time. These are funds that we're giving to the charter schools, and if we didn't allow this process to happen, imagine the only option would be to go somewhere else. They would have to sign a 5 or 10-year lease, and then they wouldn't have the opportunity to move back when they grew. So it's better for the school system to allow them to grow into the space. And they do have a plan to add grades, so we're confident that they will grow into the space. So this is a benefit to the school system and to the charter school. And the school is ready for operation right now. We've kept those schools in operating condition, which is also a cost of the system that we will no longer have to bear, because now Imagine will bear the cost of keeping the school operating.
Okay, Ms. Johnson?
I just need to remind everyone, you received from me this morning, and thank you, Dr. Coleman-Potter, I asked a series of questions along this line, and while I realize that everybody's been very short-timed in terms of these, some of these questions have already been answered. I tried to think about as many things as I could about this facility, and so I would say that as we are becoming landlords, while it's not something I would prefer that we do, I think you have reasonably closed any pieces that may be problematic, especially in these economic times. And I do thank you all for looking at the playground equipment, the 2 sections that clearly could have been problematic. You are removing them, and any replacement is now on them to do that. And so that definitely answered some of my concerns. I hope it goes well as we are moving into a new type of life as landlords. So thank you.
Ms. Higgins? No. Okay, colleagues, we are now at the point of adopting items number 7.1 and 7.2 under the consent agenda. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt 7.1 and 7.2 under the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Properly moved and seconded that the board moves items 7.1 and 7.2 under the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Thompson, call the roll.
Mr. Armwood?
Aye.
Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Waller?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Beck?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of the budget consent agenda item number 8.1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this item 8.1, it's expenditure requirements as of June 2011. These are expenditure requirements for the current school year. These are any transfers of major categories from one, transfer of funds from one category to the next, and these must be approved before we submit those to the council.
May I have a motion to approve item 8.1 under the budget consent agenda?
I make a motion that we approve item 8.1.
I second.
Been properly moved and seconded that the Board of Education approves item 8.1 under the budget consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Johnson?
I submitted questions to Dr. Coleman Potter around the term, and unfortunately I did not download my questions to this laptop, and if the deputy could assist me with the phrase that had given me greatest concern. Everybody, you got a copy of that this morning. I sent it to you, of all those questions having to do with these expenditure requirements. It explained the reason that in those expenditure requirements there had been, there had been an over expenditure that was, is this the section we were discussing, correct? That was no?
That's the financial review, Ms. Johnson. That's item 10.1.
Okay, fine. Then I'll wait until then. Thanks.
Been properly moved and seconded. Hearing no other discussion, the student member does not vote on budget consent agenda. Ms. Thompson, please call the roll.
Mr. Armwood?
Aye.
Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Waller?
Aye.
Mrs. Beck?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We are now at 9.0 non-consent agenda. Possibility STEM Charter School. We have 3 speakers for public comment on agenda item 9.1 who will speak for 3 minutes in a public comment forum where the board will listen to your comments. You must speak on the topic for which you have been registered. The board will not address the comments. At the sound of the buzzer, you may complete that sentence. You may not relinquish any part of your speaking time to another registered or unregistered individual. You are encouraged to use titles rather than names. For example, board member, superintendent, executive director. Please leave a copy of your statement in the file box located next to the microphone. Your adherence to these guidelines will enable the public comment process to move smoothly. Our first registered speaker is Mr. David L. Kahn, co-chair, Citizens for an Elected Board, who will speak on Possibility STEM Charter School, revoking the charter.
Thank you, and I hope I have time to get to the substance of this item. That was quick. Good Lord. Are we going to start again? No, please come back to the start. Let me try this again. I hope I'll have a chance to get to the substance. I'd like to talk to procedure first. Council mentioned that you recently adopted changes to the bylaws of the board, 9360 in particular. And you created this thing called a non-consent agenda, which is probably unique in American and British parliamentary history. However, an item under your bylaw, an item can only get on this agenda by being pulled from the consent agenda. This particular item never was on the consent agenda, so it is improperly placed on the non-consent agenda. If you want to adopt it as an emergency item, I suggest you take a vote of the board and make this an emergency item, and then you can go ahead and consider it in the next part of the agenda. I also, absent in being an emergency item, do not believe a single vote of the board would be sufficient. The section in 9360 on the consent agenda does provide for a unanimous vote for items on the consent agenda that remain on the consent agenda, and that would be sufficient to approve. However, the same language does not apply to the non-consent agenda. There's no carve-out for the non-consent agenda, which brings it under the first reader, second reader, and emergency procedures. I also note that in this particular item, there's no resolving clause. There's a further resolving clause, but there's nothing that revokes this charter. All that there is notice being sent, a notice of intent to revoke, to be sent. And if that is indeed what all you want to do and not actually revoke, then that should be your resolving clause, not a further resolving clause. But if you want to revoke it, this doesn't necessarily do it. In any case, I hope that Council will advise you that this has not been properly placed on the agenda. It's not sufficient to have a supermajority to approving the agenda to put this where it doesn't belong. That only applies to emergency items, where if you approve the agenda by a supermajority, you get an emergency item as an emergency. There's nothing that lets that apply to the non-consent agenda. The only way into the non-consent agenda is through the consent agenda. So I urge you to take one extra vote and make this an emergency item if you can't do a first reader for this, and then you still have one more board meeting before the end of the year where you could adopt this as a second reader. But if it has to be an emergency, let's do it right. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't take me out yet. What? Okay. Yes, you have. Okay, I'll leave the substance to a later time. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Terry Gould.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Drs. Height, and the members of the board. I am the proud parent of a 6th grade student at Possibility Prep. He was a winner at the Science County Fair, and he won first place at the Washington Geological Institute during the fair. And I'm here for 2 reasons. I originally came here, and I want to submit my letter to vent about some of the circumstances and conditions that existed at Possibility Prep. But after some thought, deep thought, I thought it best to just say something short and brief, but something that I think would give you my position as a father and as someone who has served on the board as an interim parent representative. I do believe that the STEM program, after listening to all the speakers here today, is a critical program for the children of Prince George's County, for our nation. I think that there's a lot of reasons why we originally established the STEM school, and the fact that it was an all-boys school was a lot of the motivation for me bringing my son to the school. I've seen some wonderful, wonderful teachers. I've been so blessed with the support that I was given, my son was given by the teachers at Possibility Prep along with the administrators. I have a lot to say about them, but I won't say it all here today. I also formed a parent group because we were very, very concerned about the conditions at Possibility Prep. That group consisted of attorneys, instructional designers, teachers. All these were parents. Teachers, project management, and strategic planning, which is my background. And we all came together and produced several documents and submitted it to your office. And at that time, when we asked for your support, I'm pleased to say that we did get exceptional support. And I'm grateful for the support that we received because things began to turn around and things began to change for the better in our school. However, there's a lot left to be done, and I am very much concerned and working hard to see that those changes be made and instituted in our school. But after some thought and after talking to several parents, I think we all agree that to end or revoke Possibility Prep at this time would really be an injustice to the boys that are there now that have worked hard and endured quite a bit. And I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Judge Rhodes?
Madam Chair, members of the board, first of all, Madam Chair, let me thank you for allowing me to speak, although I was not signed up to speak today. And there's a significant reason why I was not signed up today. I'm here today as president of the Board of Governors of Possibility Prep. On yesterday, we met along with your superintendent and your legal counsel with legal counsel of our board. We were assured at that meeting on yesterday that this item today would only be placed on your agenda as a first reader item, not an action item. It was not until I arrived here today, after our legal counsel left this room, that I was advised that this was an action item today. That, I submit to you, is an action and bad faith by this board. And that bad faith reflects negatively upon this board, and more importantly, it sends a message as to this board's attitude with regard to the only school in this county directed and open for young men, and that is populated primarily by African American young men. It's unfair and it's in bad faith.
Thank you. I will now yield the floor to Dr. Height to discuss agenda item 9.1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And agenda item 9.1 was an item that was placed originally as an emergency item, and we tried to do a subsequent recommendation to make that a first reader, second reader, but I do understand that the board wanted to have a conversation about this item and discuss this item today. Even with that conversation, I think the result would still be the equivalent of a first reader, second reader timeline, because it would be based on action that would be taken today, and you would have so many days after that on which a final action would occur. However, I want to talk specifically about why we're making the recommendation for the charter revocation. And I think it's important to emphasize that we have worked with the governing board and with the leadership at Possibility Prep, and we have worked to try to address some of the issues that began a year ago when shortly after they opened. And there was a need to subsequently put them in a probationary status, and they have met most of the provisions of probation. However, our primary concern now is the concern for this administration with the school's enrollment, current enrollment, and their enrollment projection. Last year, they received 757 applications for enrollment, of which about approximately 425 students were enrolled. In this year's lottery, the school only received 349 applications. The school has 110 seats available for 6th grade, which is the entry level. The problem is only 74 students have accepted, and there is no waiting list at the moment. And if that is the case, then the school would not have enough students to operate without us providing a substantial level of support for them with respect to our budget, and we all know the conditions around our budget. So with that concern, I felt it important to advise the board that at this moment, the recommendation of the administration is the revocation of the charter However, as Judge Rhodes indicated in his comments, we did meet yesterday and talk about how if the school was able to address the concerns of enrollment, then I would be glad to bring that information back to the board for consideration before a final act was taken to revoke the charter.
Okay, colleagues. I'm opening for discussion. Okay, Ms. Johnson.
Dr. Height, your last statement of if issues regarding enrollment, bringing it back. The question for me, at what point does solvency and a trajectory of success begin to manifest itself in which we can place the financial resources of public funds for the school? Additionally, what is being done with the learning of children for the curriculum that has been identified in all of the publications will be provided for the children, and how are they proceeding through that? And the third item for me is having, because you know I read every charter application from front to back, so I know what it said would happen. What I'd like to know is, where are the outside sources of funds? You see, we all know that chartering a school is only the first level, and that in those charter schools throughout the nation that have exhibited extraordinary success, they have a fund stream and partnerships that enable them to even do more than what your public school base can do. They are phenomenal. And therefore, unique curricula needs that kind of infusion of outside resources. So I am asking, with young people who have special education needs, you're trying to run a STEM curriculum, as superintendent and staff, they've all been working on this, what are you telling the board? You are saying today one thing, but if such and such and such, you may come back. I need to know, where are you and what are you asking of this board?
Ms. Johnson, my recommendation is for the revocation of the charter. What I would bring back to you is any information subsequent to that that you would need in order to consider whether or not you want to support my recommendation to revoke the charter. So I think what's important is if they've lost in excess of 200 students this year, and they are able to fill those seats next year, then that's a part of what I would ask the board to consider as they make a vote on my recommendation. My recommendation is to revoke the charter based on projections and based on the fact that the school is currently operating at a $150,000 deficit at the moment.
Dr. Hyde, if I could add something based upon the charter agreement itself. The charter agreement, as part of the revocation language, requires a opportunity to cure for 30 days. So that's why what's before the board this afternoon is in fact the recommendation for the intent to revoke the charter. The charter school would then be given an opportunity for a 30-day period in which to cure the deficiencies. If that did not happen, then the charter would automatically be revoked.
It would be automatic. It would not come back to the board again for another round of review and vote.
Okay.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay. Will it?
If there is no information that they have in fact cured the deficiencies, then there would be nothing to bring back to the board. Okay. If in fact we did receive some information that they had resolved some of the concerns, and exactly as Dr. Height stated, that would be presented to you.
Colleagues, let me read this statement that our attorney has provided. The superintendent is recommending that the board revoke the charter for Possibility STEM Charter School. The charter agreement between the board and this charter school includes a termination provision, which provides in part, the school board shall provide at least 30 days written notice to the charter school of its intent to terminate this contract and the reasons therefor. If the charter school fails to remedy the cause for termination within 30 days of such notice, then this contract shall automatically terminate at the end of the stated time. Based upon this provision, the action to be taken by the board today is to determine whether to issue written notice to the charter school of intent to terminate the contract. If the board approves the issuance of notice of intent to terminate the contract, the notice will be issued to the appropriate representative for the charter school that will include the reasons for termination and provide the school with 30 additional days to cure the deficiencies provided in the notice. After the 30 days have expired, the board will receive a report from the superintendent regarding whether he still recommends termination of the contract. The board will take final action to address termination of the contract at its meeting in June. I would like to address a related matter with Mr. Burrows. Mr. Burrows, please advise this body of the information you have provided relating to this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the public. I consulted with Board Counsel and the Chair regarding this particular agenda item. For the record and purposes of transparency, please know that after participating in the lottery process, my younger brother was accepted to Possibility STEM Charter School for the upcoming school year. However, my brother has not registered to attend the school. So in an act of transparency, I wanted to let you know, this board wanted to let you know, our legal team wanted to let the public know, and just so that it's on the record, that my brother had been accepted but has not registered for this school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next is Ms. Boston.
If I understand you right, Dr. Height, the recommendations for improvement that you put forth a little while ago, that they met all of those except for the reason why this is up now is because of the enrollment. Am I hearing you correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I did understand that Possibility Prep held a open house yesterday, correct? Is it okay if I address Mr. Rose with that question? No? Okay. That's okay? Sorry.
Ms. Battle has information about that as well.
Okay.
They did hold an open house, and they are continuing with recruitment and enrollment.
Okay, but we don't have any idea what those numbers look like yet.
I do not know what those numbers look like, and I will point out that we also asked for information with regard to whether or not any of the current students intended to stay, and we haven't been provided with that information, although I know that they did do a survey.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Waller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this proposed charter school came before us, I was excited. I feel that there is a need for it in our community and in our county. However, since the inception of this organization, it seems that we have been faced with various challenges. We've been faced with challenges in which the Board of Education and our staff has attempted to work with the staff and the Board of Directors of the Academy. I strongly feel that since we are in the business of seeing that our students are educated, I feel very strongly that we have only one chance to get it right. Certainly, as we go through this process of educating all of our students, we know we face challenges and we all do everything that we can. but when specific guidelines are not followed, and we're constantly giving resources, I have concerns. From what I'm hearing and what I'm reading, we have serious challenges with enrollment projections for the upcoming year. We have concerns with performance standards. That condition was not met. There is a $150,000 budget deficit. We asked for a monthly statement on student academic and behavior reports disaggregated by grade. It was partially addressed, but not for behavior. It was asked that we address physical, plant, and safety issues by February 2011, and apparently that information has not been submitted. And I'm really concerned that at this point in time that we're repeating and going over, spending time and effort with our staff. And I think that it's time that we either are going to support the charter school or we're not. There is a need for it. Yes, we're asking for more STEM courses, and we want our students to go into STEM, but there are guidelines that everyone has to abide by. And I'm just not seeing that we're not on a level playing field. I think that perhaps now that it's under consideration that we may not renew the charter, persons are becoming more serious. But our students only have one chance. Parents are thinking their children are going to be getting an education, for instance, in STEM. And if that program was not in place and it's not fully in place now, we cannot tell our parents to send your children to this school. It can result in lawsuits for us, and it would hold our students back. Now, I'm sure that there are some students that are doing wonderful at this school. I'm hearing good things about it, but I have concerns about the challenges that this institution is still facing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Burrows?
And Ms. Waller pretty much said it best. I definitely believe in the vision and the goal of having a all-male charter school geared towards STEM. We just had a great presentation by our college partners that talked about this type of the importance of STEM. Dr. Hyatt, realistically, I'm looking at the list of things that we asked the charter board for and things that have not been met. Realistically, within this 30-day period, they won't be able to do this in 30 days.
The enrollment, they would, though, Mr. Burrows.
Okay, so they would be able to.
And that's one of the primary concerns, and that's why the recommendation is coming forward as a revocation, because with the current enrollment, it would not be enough to support that school.
And so even if they were able to get the enrollment to where it needs to be, I'm still concerned about the performance metrics, the timeline for the implementation of the STEM curriculum, and the other things on the list. So when will that happen? I mean, because I don't want to approve it. So I voted for this charter when I was a student member. I voted to give it the 1-year probationary period, and now it's back before us again, and the same things that we expected to happen back then have not happened so far. And so if they meet their if they meet their enrollment data, I would like to see if they meet their enrollment data and your recommendation changes to extend the charter, I would like to see some type of reassurance that the STEM curriculum will be there and that they will be able to perform next school year. I don't think enrollment is enough, because you can have students, but I mean, right now we're suffering to get students, but at the same time, you're not meeting your performance metrics, and at the same time, you don't have the STEM curriculum. So once you have the students, that's just the first level to what needs to take place.
You're correct, Mr. Burrows, but one of the reasons that, and this is just my opinion, and one of the reasons, in my opinion, that so many students began at the school and then left the school was because these things were not in place. And so to put a lot of these things in place now, it is a much better structure now.
Right.
But the problem now is there are not enough students.
Okay.
And so we have to have both moving forward, and we will continue to work. But I do think, to your question, that's one of the things that then I would recommend the board consider during that 30-day period.
Okay. And I just wanted to really thank the staff at the school for their hard work, because I visited the school, and the staff there, the teachers there are so dedicated, and they've already set up after school sessions and summer sessions to make sure that the students succeed. So I really do want to thank the staff for their hard work that they've already done.
Mr. Harris?
I think Mr. Burrows hit it right on the nail right on the head. My concern is just more than just the enrollment. It's about the quality of education that they're getting at the charter school. Because I was through the research I did, I was told that they do not have a guidance counselor right now, and that they're not doing any electives. That is strictly core, math, science, and social studies, and they're not doing any electives, and that's a big concern for me as a student member. So it is very tough, and I do believe in the vision of the school. However, I think that we can't take another year. We can't wait another year, for these, because the students we're really concerned about. And if they can't meet the budget, if they can't get the budget correct, I mean, we're going to have to take action on that. But I am still a little bit confused about the action that we're taking today, because I would actually, me sitting right here, I also thought it was a first and second reader, and we were not going to talk about it today. Ms. Harrison, can you just let us know what is the action we're taking today, because I'm still a little confused about that.
Certainly. This item actually was on the consent agenda when the agenda was initially prepared, and there was some back and forth discussion about whether to treat it as a first reader versus another type of agenda item. There was also a request by the chair to check to make sure all procedures had been properly followed for the termination action to take place. I met with the general counsel, and he provided me with the termination provision of the charter agreement. The charter agreement is clear that the school board shall provide at least 30 days written notice to the charter school of its intent to terminate this contract. The school board has to take that action. In looking at policy 9360, the first reader does not allow you to take action. Dr. Height had indicated that this was an emergency issue that needed to be dealt with for many obvious reasons, notice to parents and so forth, so that if it was treated as a first reader, you would not be able to take any action, and therefore you would not be able to meet Dr. Height's request. It is not correct that the policy only allows you to have a consent item and move it to non-consent. The non-consent agenda item was created specifically for these kind of hybrid situations where it is in fact an emergency, but you need to take action despite the fact that it is an emergency. So we could not treat it as a first reader for that purpose, and I am sorry that in the meeting yesterday that was not communicated. I thought there was an understanding when I left here on Monday that in fact we were going to treat this as a non-consent agenda item so that the board would be able to only decide today whether to issue the letter that would notify the charter school that the board intends to take action to terminate, and pursuant to the term in the contract, the school has 30 days within which to demonstrate that it can cure the deficiencies noted by Dr. Height. I believe that Dr. Height's conversation and discussion has been consistent with that, in the sense that he is saying to you there are a number of issues that we are still looking at, and within the 30-day period we anticipate that there is going to be some additional movement on this, so that when this item comes back to you after the 30-day cure period has run, you can in fact discuss with Dr. Height whether or not his recommendation remains the same, and to the extent there is additional information that you want to have, this period of time will allow you to receive that information so that you can take final action on the termination recommendation sometime in June. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
You did.
Mr. Armwood.
Thank you for that clarification. That helps a lot. First of all, I want to say that I kind of, I definitely disagree with the assertion that we do not support education for African American boys and single-sex education. I went to all-boys schools from the 8th grade to the 12th grade. I don't think you can say that I do not support single-sex education. I was excited about possibility prep, and unfortunately, the model that was created and the work was done did not work. I hope you can cure it within the 30 days, and if so, I look forward to it. But I even more look forward to a successful model being created and a school being done that will succeed for our young men in this school. The county cannot, the school system cannot afford to keep the school afloat while they're going through their trial and error period. And unfortunately, that is the reality. And I hope they can find a cure, but notwithstanding that, we need to take the appropriate action. Thank you.
Ms. Waller.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Legal Counsel, for providing clarification on what we would be voting on today. I think that was utmost importance that you did that. Dr. Height, I think you've made a contradictory statement, and I just want to make sure that we understand what you're saying. Will the new enrollment data erase the deficit that is mentioned in this resolution?
No, it does not erase it, Ms. Waller. It's information that we have to consider when we move forward. That's one of the reasons we're using a 30-day period. It doesn't erase it, and because of the notification that we have to provide, I have to make this recommendation to you today.
And I understand that. So with giving a 30-day notice, issuing a letter for 30 days, how will this affect how will this affect the operation of notification to parents and our staff of any actions? We don't know how the board is going to vote, but how is it going to affect the timeliness of personnel and budget matters?
Well, we would have to, regardless of what we plan to do, we have to notify staff that there is a possibility that they may be impacted. Because if the school does not continue, we would have to place those staff at another place, and that has to occur by a date certain. So we would have to do that within the next week. With respect to the parents, we would not notify them until the board, at such time the board took action to revoke the charter. Now, once the board takes the action today, that would serve as notification that there's a 30-day period and what should happen in the event that they do not satisfy our concerns in those 30 days.
And certainly, I would like to state unequivocally that I do support the STEM program and programs for our minority males or for all males. There is a place for it in today's society here in Prince George's County, and certainly I hope that we will get the formula right, and I'm sure that staff will work with whomever to get the formula right so that we can have a 21st century school that brings forth this type of curriculum for our young males. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Hyde and Mr. Thomas, kind of a hypothetical. Is there anything preventing Possibility Prep from pulling out of a charter with Prince George's County Public Schools and becoming their own separate private entity?
I think on that issue, the charter agreement includes termination and revocation language applicable to both parties. So certainly, possibility if it wanted to terminate the agreement, could do so under the charter contract itself. So that is something that I think the charter school would have to consult with its own council on what its rights might be.
So in effect, what I'm saying to you, I'm asking, there is no reason that this model, this name, this group, this oversight, this board, could not have their own independent school, given the fact they can find the money to pay the teachers and run the program. But there's nothing to prevent that, correct?
I don't see any, thing that would prevent it if they chose to
do that.
that option.
And so the fact they're using public funds and it is thus a charter school does not limit them from not being a public charter and becoming a private independent school if they can find the resources to do it. So we are not killing that dream and that hope.
I would agree with that.
In terms of producing what they say they can produce.
Yes.
Because see, a lot of times people believe it can't be done. But the answer is, yes, it can. You can become a private school. You just are not using public funds to do it. And there are hundreds out there. The phone book is filled with them. And they have ways that they fought to do that. And some of them are just a few years old. And they are functioning very well. And they are meeting their mandates and the responsibilities that their board of directors and their families want for them. So no, we're not killing the dream of a all-male STEM school. It's just that we have responsibility when using public funds to do that. And if that cannot happen, we cannot continue to expend public funds. Thanks.
Ms. Jacob?
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Colleagues, I apologize for my tardiness. However, I have thoroughly read the board action summary, and I did hear most of your deliberations in the back and have read the numerous emails that we received this week. Dr. Hyde, my questions are, while I certainly agree with a lot of what I've heard from my colleagues around substantive reasons, my questions are more procedural. So that you've identified two reasons, as I understand it, which is enrollment and the deficit with regard to your recommendation to terminate, for the board to send an intent to terminate this charter agreement. My question is, are there any other reasons? The revocation clause is pretty clear in that it says we will give them 30 days notice and we'll provide the reasons for the board taking such action. And I know we've had discussion about whether or not that's possible or not possible, but that's not, the clause is procedural. It says in 30 days they have a right to cure, and if they can do that, then so be it. So if after 30 days, based on the two items that I've heard, the enrollment and deficit, if they have for some miraculous reason met those two areas, would you still be recommending termination of this contract, of this charter?
The STEM curriculum is another one. So the provisions, Madam Chair, of the probationary clause or the probationary provision, I think has to be a part of that, and that's why it's included in the board resolution. So it's that the enrollment actually addresses the deficit.
Okay.
So if the enrollment is the part that will address that, the other are the parts that were listed in the probationary provision.
So the letter that the board would send if this vote were to be upheld to accept your recommendation for notice of intent would include all of the reasons that have been outlined in the board action summary. Okay, I was trying to separate the probationary issues that we addressed early on from what you currently have as the enrollment issues. And I wanted to be clear that if we're sending something, in all fairness to the charter, we need to tell them exactly what the reasons are for this notice of intent. And much of the communication has been around the enrollment numbers. So I wouldn't want them to believe, and that's not what I think I'm hearing from you, that if they went out and recruited and got enrollment numbers up, that it would make a difference. And that's what I think needs to be clear with regard to what notice the board is going to send, because I want to know that the board is sending the appropriate notice if that were to happen.
Absolutely. And this was to Mr. Burrow's point earlier. It has to be clear that a STEM curriculum is in place moving forward next year, even if the enrollment was there.
Okay, thank you. Which, I'm sorry, if I can just follow up. The other issue that I would have with that, just in general, is knowing that we have the deficiencies left over from the probationary period that was designated a few months ago. I don't know, was it prudent to go through a lottery process where parents who might have the expectation of their children going to this school, and then let's say, like you just said, the deficit issue is resolved because in 30 days they get 100 students. Then what? So I think you understand where my dilemma is here? Okay.
So part of that, Madam Chair, is so the issues that we had when I first recommended that the school be placed on probation are not the same issues that we're dealing with now. So some of those issues are still persist, but they're not the primary issue right now. Is that the school is currently operating at a deficit, and based on the number of students who have applied and are on the waiting list or are not on the waiting list, the school could not financially operate. So right now they would be considered insolvent. And so that's what the issue is for us moving forward. Many of the probationary items were addressed, as you can see by this resolution, but there were some that were not. But the school is much better now operationally than it was 6 months ago. However, unfortunately, they're down more than 200 students. And so that just kind of trumps everything else because the school doesn't have enough money to operate. One reason they do not offer electives is because we had to remove 6 teachers in the middle of the year because the population had declined so dramatically from the beginning of the school year.
Ms. Boston?
Yeah, Dr. Hyde, I'm a little confused too because I think when I asked you the question, did they meet all of the provisions that you put in there, you said they did other than the enrollment, but now I'm hearing you saying that, well, okay, there's still some things in there that they didn't meet, and that's weighing on your decision to want to revoke the charter. Am I mean, I'm
Ms.
just
Boston,
getting,
yeah.
I'm just
I'm
getting
sorry
mixed.
if I'm confusing you. Yeah, so
Yeah.
then that primary reason for making a recommendation is because there are not enough students right now. And so their budget would not support that school. We approved a charter that had 448 students. And that's the budget that we approved in that chartering agreement. Right now, the school is sitting at about 230 students, approximately. And as you can tell by those numbers, that based on a budget of 448 and only sitting at 238, then they have substantially reduced their ability to meet the needs of the students who are there. So my primary reason for making this recommendation today is because they don't have the students now, and it doesn't look like through the lottery process they will have the students next year. We provided them with 6 things to do. They've done 4 of the 6. And even the things that we have not received yet, they are addressing those issues. And so those are, yes, those probationary things were put out there so that we could actually address those because those were quality of the educational experience. But right now, the primary recommendation is based on the fact that I have grave concerns about the enrollment that's currently at the school and the enrollment projected for next year.
Mr. Armwood?
Thank you.
What's the motion?
The motion is to approve the superintendent's request.
Is there a second? I have no one else on the list, so we have a motion to approve item 9.1. Properly moved. Ms. Jacobs?
Before I'm out of order, I just want to make sure. So is it appropriate, maybe Ms. Harrison, I don't know, is it appropriate to state what this written notice would say? Because the revocation clause says we have to give them the reasons for this recommendation. And I think the record needs to reflect that, because the latter part of it says, if the charter fails to remedy the cause for termination within 30 days of the notice, then the final action happens. And I just think it's prudent to make sure that what we're saying to this charter is not confusing, not misunderstood or any misunderstanding. And I know it's, I don't want to beat this point to death, but I know clearly from what you're saying, will it be the resolution? That's the letter that goes, and I don't know if...
If I may, if this helps, Madam Chair, to be more specific, we need 448 students enrolled.
Okay.
We need 448 students enrolled because that's the charter, that's what the charter agreement was agreed upon. And we need a STEM curriculum. And and we need evidence that the STEM curriculum is in place and ready to go. And if and then all of the other conditions inside of the probation have been met or partially met, and we could continue to work with the charter to address those. But we need 448 students and proof that a STEM curriculum is not only available but ready to roll out on day one.
So if the resolution that's included for the board's recommendation along with the board summary is what the letter says, then that meets the criteria of what the reasons for your intent. Thank you, Ms. Beck.
Madam Chair, it's just those two reasons only.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Waller?
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Height, am I to understand that from what I'm reading here, you're saying that it says here performance metrics of its governing board and Edison Learning to develop and monitor instructional management plan, this condition was not met. Has that condition been met?
No, it has not.
Okay, so you're saying that that does not go into this letter? I mean, this is a good board working session. So, does that go in the letter? I'm just going by what you presented before us, and you're saying two things, but I'm seeing other issues here that have or have not been met, and we need to know before we vote and to go along with this.
So the performance metrics of the board, Ms. Waller, a lot of those problems have been addressed because there was issues in how the board was working with the principal.
Okay.
The principal was subsequently changed in the middle of the year, so there's a new principal there now.
Okay.
And they're working together to devise metrics on how they will determine their success for how they work together.
Okay, so it's been met then. So this was incorrect, what we have?
It's in process.
It's in process. Oh,
yes.
okay. But it does not need to go in the letter. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that in the letter it needs to be 448 students enrolled, because we want to be clear and we want to make sure this information is clear. 448 students enrolled in a STEM curriculum.
Is there anyone else? No. Okay, we have a motion and a second that the Board of Education approves item 9.1 under the non-consent agenda. Ms. Thompson, please call the roll.
Mr. Armwood? Aye. Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Waller?
Aye.
Mrs. Beck?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I will now yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of emergency item 10.1.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This is item This is the financial review as of February 28th, 2011, and the reason it's as an emergency item is because we have to have this information to the council by a date certain. I'm going to ask Mr. Stansky to walk us through this material.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the second financial review that the board will be looking at this fiscal year. The first one was adopted in November. That was sent over to the county, and the county has not acted on that one. They are in the process of working on their supplemental appropriations, which they always include our actions with theirs. So we are sending an updated action to the board today for fiscal year 2011. The financial review is an overall decrease in the budget of $2.4 million. The primary drivers of that decrease is lower than anticipated revenue for tuition for non-residents, mainly District of Columbia foster care placements, and then also an enrollment penalty from MSDE from previous year enrollments that we reported students on the books that were technically not going to the school. And so when MSDE came in for their audit, as they do with all 24 jurisdictions, identified those students and thus have assessed the penalty. There's also then, on the expenditure side, transfers between major categories that will then equal the reduction of the $2.4 million. Overall, the transfers, I'm pleased to at least say that equal to only 1.2% of the budget. Our target's usually 2 to 3%. So overall, it's only around 1.2% of the budget, which is fairly good. Some of our cost drivers this year that came in higher than anticipated were obviously, especially in the later part of this year, fuel costs and transportation, which is probably going to be in excess of $2 million additional dollars having to put into fuel to keep our buses going until the end of the fiscal year. We've also had added some funds in for instructional salaries just to ensure that all those those categories fall within budget. And then mainly where our savings is coming from is lower than anticipated costs in health insurance, which is nice. Still obviously going up. Went up. We're projecting it to go up 8%. 8%. We have budgeted 10%. So still going up, but just not as much as anticipated. So that's good. But there's explanations on each transfer in the attachment to the board action summary. I'll certainly be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding it.
Ms. Johnson?
I had requested, now I guess it's close to 48 hours and got a response. The question I had was, what does amendment reduction appropriation mean? And I got a response back from the Deputy Superintendent's office, and according to the information attendant to this agenda item about reduction appropriation, it says the financial review attached identifies the actions required to address FY2011 expenditure needs based on anticipated and available revenues. No. The Board of Education's operating budget for 2011 requires a reduction appropriation from a decrease in board sources from non-resident, so I'm gathering tuition, non-resident tuition, building usage, and transfers of existing appropriations between major categories. All of those combined created the reduction or the deficit.
The reduction in revenue of $2.3 million.
And so the board is to make of this what?
I would say an overall reduction of $2 million in a $1.6 billion budget is pretty minimal. But again, we are to, there are just some revenues that throughout the year, and board sources is really the main one. Your federal revenue stays pretty consistent from what you budget. For the most part, your state revenue stays fairly consistent. It's the board sources, like we have to project how many students are really going to be here from the District of Columbia throughout the year back in July. So now I'm coming to you now to say we overprojected that a little bit by about $1.5 million.
And so, right, and I understand. What I'd like to know is, do you have a delineation of where you're going to take other categories that you're going to take it to make it up, this total of
Yeah, so if you,
whatever it is,
if you look at each,
$1,517,000.
so if you look at each functional category that is presented, you can either look on page 3 of the board action summary or pages 1, 2, and 3 of the, or pages 1 and 2 of the attachment.
Okay.
It will delineate where we're taking or where we're adding on the expenditure side to net out that $2.4 million.
And you have determined that the small amount or the amount you're going to take is not going to do harm to whatever that category is, and it's not going to leave us with a hole for the coming year?
No, nope. We're projecting, I mean, it's relatively small, but we're projecting it to end the year with a fund balance of about $420,000.
It's still money.
It's
And
still,
right
it's
now,
still
we
positive.
need the
Yes.
money.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Armwood?
Thank you. I was reading an article or blog, Washington Examiner, I believe it was today or yesterday, that was referencing overtime. And I'm wondering, what impact has overtime had on this budget, and what controls do we have in place for overtime? I know overtime is necessary, but the figures that were quoted there appear to be alarming. I'm sure they picked out the worst ones. But I just wanted to get on the record, what impact has overtime had on our budget?
So it's been, I would say, steadily increasing over the last couple of years, and it's been a concern from the Chief Financial Officer's office as me and my team trying to address and curtail it. It is more difficult as you retract staff. The work still needs to get done. Emergencies happen. We had a large number of air conditioners break down in August, right before school started. Some of it, again, is planning on our part and ensuring that we do have enough full-time staff to cover what needs to be done in a general 8-hour day. Some of our overtime issues are contractual that we will need to address in negotiations with some of our collective bargaining units. And some of it is management, too. Maybe, doing shift work. We've talked to Mr. Dotson about having a pool of drivers that just do field trips and school and sporting event runs, because right now, if those are overtime runs and we by contract, we're required to offer those to the most senior drivers, obviously your overtime costs are going to start increasing. So these are some of the discussions that we're having, but yeah, it's, I run a report every month that I distribute to all the executive cabinet on overtime, and it is something that is on the forefront with us, and we want to continue to try and curtail as much as possible. But I will say also, too, that some of that overtime is paid for. So, for instance, the overtime that custodians work on weekends, folks are paying fees not only for the utilities of those buildings, but for the overtime that these individuals work as well.
So are they paying the overtime rate? And what about the loaded rate with benefits? When you look at this overtime and the benefits questions start coming in, and are we reaching the point where we need to hire an individual to just do that work as opposed to continuing to pay overtime?
It's a very good question. It's one that we kind of do a cost-benefit analysis on each sort of situation as we go through the budget process. But I'll tell you, so I think right now we're projecting overtime costs to be around $7 million for the county as a whole.
Can the board also start seeing that overtime report?
Absolutely, and I believe we send it to internal audit every month as well. But yeah, we could certainly start sending that report to you as well.
Thank
board
you.
members.
Mr. Elmwood, just to add to the response to your question about facility use, it's not one for one. We charge a flat fee. And so if someone has a higher salary and they get time and a half, then it's going to be a higher fee that we have to make up. It will be cost that we would have to make up. So it's not one for one. But we're looking at moving to a model that would support that individual's salary.
And Dr. Height, I also want to add that on the overtime, in terms of the support area, what we've started to do is after each pay period, we do meet with the union and the top 25 overtime earners. And what that has done is this made them aware that we have put a monitoring mechanism in to watch the overtime, and has seen it change somewhat and decrease by us letting the employees know and working with the union that we are monitoring it.
Quick follow, you also meet with the supervisor?
Yes, okay. we meet with the supervisor and we document the meeting, and then each time we meet, we bring in a report that's generated from the payroll office that gives us a report of the top overtime earners, so that we have the discussion about how we can try to monitor it better.
Okay, and emergency overtime where you get stuck in traffic or what have you is one thing, but do we get prior approvals for overtime? Because I remember that used to be a requirement.
That is a payroll procedure that you must have prior approval by your supervisor before working the overtime.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we are at the end of our discussion period. So right now we're looking for a motion.
Move to approve emergency item 10.1.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that the Board of Education approves item number 10.1, financial review, as of February 28th, 2011. Hearing no more discussion, Ms. Thompson, please call the roll.
Mr. Onwood?
Aye.
Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Mrs. Beck?
Aye.
Mrs. Jacobs?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of governance unfinished business item 11.1.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This is item 11.1. It's a core text adoption for mathematics grades 6 and 8, and we have ranked those texts and have in the resolution, included in the resolution, the primary or the number one textbook recommendation to the board for adoption. And Dr. Arbogast, if there's anything you need to add to that.
We've selected First Choice is Big Ideas by Houghton Mifflin. We think it has a very nice match to both the current voluntary state curriculum where we're going with Common Core. You'll hear more about big ideas, essential ideas. It also matches pretty nicely with what we're doing with IFL work.
Ms. Johnson?
And I would like to let everybody know, I requested to have these two texts delivered to the board office. I went through them. Dr. Arbogast, I have to tell you, they are phenomenal. They are wonderful. I really think that the young people who are going to use those books and teachers, there is such excitement. There's so much that it's just great. I love the books, and I look forward to having our young people use them. They're great. Thank you.
Just wait till you see our units that we're building in IFL. You'll be very excited.
May I have a motion to approve item number 11.1, core text adoption for mathematics grades 6 and 7?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that the Board of Education approves item number 11.1 under unfinished business. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Thompson, please call the roll.
Mr. Onwood? Aye. Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Waller?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Beck?
Aye.
Mrs. Jacobs?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of governance unfinished business item 11.2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that item is consideration for conversion of Paint Branch Elementary School from a elementary school to a pre-K through a complex. And we're going to have Dr. Arbogast walk us through a brief presentation, and he's joined by Mr. Jay Tetson, principal of Paint Branch. Madam Chair, I believe there are public comments.
Actually,
Do you want that
Dr.
first?
Can we wait to have our registered speakers?
Yes.
We have 4 registered speakers on agenda item 11.2. Our first speaker is Jailene Burgos, 6th grade student, Paint Branch Elementary School.
Good afternoon. My name is Jailene Burgos, and I have been a 6th grade student at Paint Branch Elementary School since kindergarten. My learning experiences at Paint Branch Elementary School have helped me to prepare me for my future education. The reason I feel this way is, first of all, we have excellent teachers who actually take their time to teach us when we need help. I have personally experienced this caring assistance, and many of my classmates agree. Secondly, we have relevant academic field trips and projects, unlike other schools, including my class. We also have the opportunity to go to China. The University of Maryland is helping us do this. Lastly, the University of Maryland also sends student teachers. They provide extra help in the classrooms while learning to be teachers themselves. We also get to visit the university for different activities, such as Lakeland Stars, a homework help group, Madu Williams sponsored an after-school sports academy, and the health fair. All in all, I've thoroughly appreciated my learning experience at Paint Branch Elementary School. They give us what we need, education and learning experiences that we can cherish forever. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Inioluwa Obiduran. I hope I was close.
You were.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam Board, Superintendent Height, and board members. My name is Inioluwa Obiduran, and Paint Branch Elementary School was so beneficial to my education all the way from K to 6th grade. The teachers have different methods of teaching, and instead of making us sit in a class and learn facts, they made the teaching relevant to what was going on at the time. This helped me to remember that there was still a world outside of school, and kept it exciting and contributes to one of the reasons I liked it so much. We also had the opportunity to explore other various studies and the trip to China in 2010, which will be forever in my memory. We had many special opportunities, such as meetings and partnerships with the University of Maryland. The opportunity gave me the kind of exposure that I would refer to as uncommon. It would have been awesome to stay for 2 more years at Paint Branch Elementary School for my 7th and 8th grade years in order to build on the rare foundation I had while at Paint Branch. If the school board considers Paint Branch for 7th and 8th grades, I have the belief that the sky will be their limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca McGinnis.
Good afternoon. How can I top that? I'm delighted to be here. My name is Rebecca McGinnis. I'm with the Confucius Institute at the University of Maryland. I do have some green sheets for everyone, which I will leave here. We return to some discussion about the humanities and exciting collaborative possibilities. Now, why might Paint Branch Elementary School be the right site for implementing a K-8 initiative? I think it's important to consider this in terms of who, why, where, and how. Now, first, who is involved? Well, the Confucius Institute at Maryland, which promotes the study of Chinese language and culture and is fully behind this initiative. We're an enthusiastic backer of this proposal. If the proposal passes, we see Paint Branch as one of the key entry points to other schools in Prince George's County. We anticipate that there would be a huge potential benefit to everyone involved if this item passes, as it will greatly enhance the language component of the middle school requirements. Secondly, who else is involved? The Confucius classroom itself at Paint Branch Elementary School. Thirdly, the whole school, the students, families, faculty, are all devoted to the concept of international education. We see tremendous dedication to this China push for anything that has to do with international, and especially in this case to China. Community days, open houses, visitors see the walls filled with beautiful craft work, history projects, and the like, which really show that the richness and vibrancy of Chinese culture has been brought to the families and neighbors of Paint Branch. Now, why should this push toward China be considered? Well, by promoting the teaching of Chinese, we're targeting a language that is spoken across 1/5 of the globe and is used in the business world as well. And as we know, China is becoming a formidable partner in the business world. Allowing the development of Chinese language programs for young learners when their brains are flexible is also very important. Chinese language is also considered a less commonly taught language, an LCTL, which some of you may have heard in today's jargon. It's one of the more difficult languages. It's also a critical language. And for all these reasons, it's important to consider having Chinese as a way to bridge East and West. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Wayland. Not here.
Madam Chair, Dr. Wayland is a Senior Research Scientist at the Center for Advanced Study of Languages at the university. She has to leave early, and she's leaving her speech.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our registered speakers. Dr. Arbogast?
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Height. Paint Branch comes to us this afternoon with a proposal to move to a K-8 conversion.
It would be the Paint Branch boundary.
Whoops, sorry. The goal is to develop a project-based learning in terms of international studies. What they've done at Paint Branch is, through their partnerships they've developed with the Confucius Institute and the exposure to Chinese, they're also overlaying this with a project-based learning. Their goal is to create an international connection where language and instruction are combined. They see this as a nice pipeline into the reform movement, secondary school reform movement at Parkdale, which is the feeder high school. Their existing partners, the Confucius Institute, located on the campus of the University of Maryland, the University of Maryland itself, and the Maryland State Department of Education, which we'll talk about in just a second. The last 2 years, Paint Branch has been one of the higher performing schools in Prince George's County, and they've been working pretty steadily doing the project-based learning, infusing the STEM, and working with Chinese. Their proposal is they have currently a 6th grade class of 27 students. They're asking that this class roll over into 7th grade, the 27 students. They have a current group, if I'm not mistaken, 44 students in, which will be rising 6th graders, so they'll be rising 7th graders the following year. What do we anticipate as the cost of expansion? They were hoping for just the one additional teacher for 7th grade. However, when I apply the K-8 formula, it actually adds 4 FTEs instead of 1 FTE over their existing formula. If they go with 4 FTEs next year, that'll be 1 additional FTE for the 8th grade. Why the difference? Because when we apply the K-8 formula, we recognize that we need the electives, the conversation that you had around possibility prep. As enrollment drops, you have to lose electives to provide the kind of electives that we want for our middle school students. It does require FTEs. That is not Mr. Teston's original proposal, was simply for 1. And there are also capital improvements that need to be done to the school, estimated between $600,000 and $700,000 to make the school ready for middle school programming. What are the next steps? They would like to expand their relationship with the Confucius Institute, continuing developing their projects around STEM and the Chinese language. They would like to align their program directly with for incoming 9th grade at Parkdale High School. And this last point is actually an initiative through Race to the Top. The state of Maryland is seeking 4 Chinese language centers, and Paint Branch would like to position themselves to be one of those 4. Mr. Teston is here to answer questions. That concludes my presentation.
Ms. Johnson?
Again, I'd like to call everybody's attention to the staff's really, really detailed information about the questions that I ask about Paint Branch. It'll tell you practically everything you need, and I thank you, Dr. Coleman-Potter. It's really detailed and it's very helpful. I'd like to know, is the school looking to teach all or one of either Cantonese, Mandarin, Sichuan, what are you planning to teach?
Mandarin.
Mandarin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Actually, I find that a good thing. Also, the project-based learning. Now, would your project-based learning, would you begin prepping the students, let's say in 4th grade, that the outcome project for 8th grade, or are you planning that each grade will have a project outcome singly, separately, independently, or will be a piece of building toward the final project of 8th grade?
For the last 3 years, the school has implemented project-based learning school-wide.
Okay.
We have a guiding question at the beginning of the school year. It involves the comparison of the American culture and the Chinese culture, and every grade level has a piece of that project. They work on it all year long, culminating into one finished project, which we showcase at the end of the year during our community day. We would like to invite the members of the Board of Education on June the 10th, when we hold our 3rd annual community day. And this year you will see a combination of American and Chinese birds. Everything about cranes, because that has been a project topic for this year.
And my last, I think you're almost answering. My last question is, these projects, they cross every discipline. They are interwoven and interconnected so that every English, math, science, and Chinese and Spanish, if you're also going to be teaching that the culture of those places, also science, math, will cross-discipline to touch?
Yes, ma'am, guided by the standards that
Phenomenal.
We have to teach.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing this. So many countries of the world, they have been teaching in this manner for a long time, and it shows in the preparation. I am just so very pleased to hear this. Thank you.
Mr. Armwood?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about the proposal. I only want to ask, have we provided these funds in our budget request? Where is the money going to come from?
These would have to be additional funds, Mr. Armwood. So the $300,000 to cover the teachers would have to be an additional amount, and the $600,000 is easier to absorb inside of the capital improvement budget. But the $300,000 was not included because the board had not taken action yet.
Has there been any thought of where we're going to take the additional FTEs from?
Internally, it's all part of the budget reconciliation process, and we'll propose it to the board when we get final word from the county on how much additional resources we'll get. But obviously, if the board votes to approve, we'll know that the 4 FTEs will have to be funded.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
Mr. Armwood answered my question.
Ms. Boston?
I like the program too. I think it's good. But my question is, we started this program, you know, with our young kids, and then when they get to middle school, so when I'm here in 7th, 8th grade years, all of this training and learning will stop pretty much until they get to high school, if we don't do the pre-K through 8. Is that what I'm hearing? So in the past, is this the first year, or was this in place prior? How many years has this been in place?
This is the second year, Mr. Tetson, or third?
Third year.
Third year.
So what I want to know is, then in the first year when these kids went to other schools for 7th and 8th, did they lose a lot of that training that they got before they got to high school? Or what is your data look like that can give me some feedback on why we think this is really important that we have to move this through the middle school?
For the last 3 years, we have incorporated the instruction of Chinese into our curriculum on a non-formal basis. What do I mean by that? Children gave up their recess. Children were instructed after school because they were interested to learn Chinese. They left us after 6th grade, and there was no follow-through. What we're proposing is to give the children an opportunity to formally give them the Chinese language instruction in 6, 7, and 8, so we could have continuity and earn the language credits that they need in middle school and high school. We actually wrote a grant. Could I speak about the grant? We actually wrote a grant with the Department of World Languages and submitted to the the State Department of Education. It has been granted. And on the plan is that as early as 6th grade, our students can receive credits for Chinese 1, with the possibility of entering Parkdale with 3 credits of language instruction.
Thank you.
Ms. Waller?
Thank you. This sounds awesome. And certainly I support the study of foreign languages for our students because it offers them opportunity, opens up career opportunities for them. However, I'm concerned as we look at our budget and as I think about, since we've spoken about equity throughout the county, how is this going to reflect on our schools in South County? Do we have a counterpart for this type of program in South County? And do we have, is there a, okay, so if we have something that takes 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in South County, is there a high school that they would follow on with this foreign language, or would they have to be transported from Northern County down to South County?
We do not, Ms. Wallen, and one of the reasons we do not is because of the connection or the partnership with the University of Maryland and specifically the Confucius Institute. We do have other programs, however, both in North and South, that have the continuation of the language. We could actually do the language at the middle school, to Ms. Boston's question, but the students who are experiencing this at the elementary level go to several middle schools, and so they would have to go to several places. And as Mr. Tetson explained, then it breaks some of the training that they received in elementary.
And so how will this affect, this is going to be a program just for the Paint Branch community, or would students be bused in to take advantage of this program?
I think it's being proposed just for the Paint Branch community.
Dr. Wright, could I speak about the possibilities? Okay. The Confucius Institute also organized a cultural and immersion tour of our county principals this past spring break. 30 administrators on their own did take the challenge, and we went to China. And from that trip, there has been a lot of interests from our principals, both elementary and middle school, to partner with the university and the Confucius Institute as well.
And what about, okay, so part of the monies involved is grant monies, right? Did I hear that there's a certain amount of grant money that's going to be involved in this?
The partnership that's in place now, the work that Paint Branch is doing with the University of Maryland, is funded primarily through the Confucius Institute. So
Okay.
that's funded primarily.
Okay.
Now, if we go to a more directed approach to teaching children Mandarin, then we would have to provide staff in order to do that, and that's part of the staffing we're talking about. But it's also making sure we're able to continue the experience that the students have had through the elementary years.
Mr. Burrows?
Thank you so much. I'm very excited about it. But my concern is where Ms. Waller was getting at, the equity piece. If this is a program that will only benefit a district in the northern part of the county, I would like to see a model or plan to expand this to a district in the southern part of the county before we move forward with this.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs?
Thank you, Ms. Beck. So I actually understand that programs may exist in different areas of the county. Some, different areas of the counties have different programs. And I think it's important. I do agree with having opportunities that can be shared across the county. But generally speaking, my concerns or questions are more around the budget implications. If I heard Mr. Stansky correctly, it sounds like you're saying we really don't know the budget implications until after we know what's coming from the county. And then this is a CIP issue, except that two things. It looks like the board action summary said 4 FTEs, and I thought board action summary says 2 FTEs, and it looked like the slide said 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I thought we changed that. It did say 2. It should be 4.
So it should be 4 FTEs,
Yes.
not 2.
Yes.
I may have printed the wrong one. Sorry. 4. Okay. So did I
And it's
understand?
1 the following year. So it's 1 in FY13 as well.
So
it's
total
4 and
5
12.
so far.
Right.
Okay. So did I hear that correctly, Mr. Stansky, in regard to
So
the
I
budget?
know how much it's going to cost us.
Okay.
What I don't know is how, I'm fairly confident we'll be able to pay for it. I just, given we got extra money from the state and from the county, so.
So my question, I guess, then would be, then why not bring this to the board when you absolutely know? Instead of asking us to vote for it now when you sort of know. Just curious.
Part of this, Madam Chair, is because it's such it is an important opportunity, and it's an exciting opportunity, and it's the work that's taken place with the Confucius Institute just to make sure that students are not only exposed to multiple languages at the elementary level, but we're able to sustain those moving forward. Paint Branch is unique for 2 other reasons. One is this has been the work of that has been brought forward by a very talented and excited principal around teaching students more languages than just the languages that we have in place. And so Mr. Tetson has done a wonderful job of creating a culture in his school where his students are exposed to these experiences. That's one. The other is that it's also small enough so that by looking at those students who will stay or remain at Paint Branch, it doesn't negatively impact other projects or other middle schools in and around that area. And so it's not a situation where we have a couple of 100 kids moving from, or even 100 for that matter. This is one classroom of students that would move into the 7th grade and then into the 8th.
So this won't necessarily have any impact, if I hear you correctly, on the SRC data for the state-rated capacity numbers for the middle school they would be going to if they were not allowed to,
That's
if
correct.
they didn't
We've
stay.
done an analysis of that, and it's so few students going to different
schools, right.
that it doesn't, that impact is very minimal.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Hyde, I did want to add that when we applied the 22-to-1 formula that we're using for K-8s, it did come up with 4 additional staff. That is not what Mr. Teston requested. We actually think we could probably get away with 2, but eventually, when this is a full program, we're going to need the 5 additional FTEs in order to provide the full range of programming for middle school students. But remember, next year will only be grade 7, not grade 8. So it's highly likely that we can actually do this with less than the 4 FTEs.
And I actually, it's not that I don't support it. I just, from a prudence perspective, my thoughts are have have a definitive response on the budget. That's my main concerns. Thank you.
Ms. Higgins?
I'm familiar with this program and really am really quite excited for the opportunity, not just for the Paint Branch community, but really for our system at large. Dr. Teston really has done an incredible job, and when they talk, and I'm not an educator, so when they talk about project-based learning, I'm not quite sure what that means, and you kind of get glassy-eyed. The way it's operationalized at Paint Branch is that everything is infused. So when Dr. Teston says, come to the community event and you'll learn about birds, it's like, well, what does that have to do with reading and writing and all of those other kinds of things? And at that school, they take an issue, the Chinese crane, and they implement it into math, into science, into every aspect, all grades. So it's an incredible process which gets the whole school involved in the same focus, which has created this really Chinese environment. The children, we've had our kids, Prince George's County school system kids, for 2 years in a row going to China. And these are many minority, low income, kids who really wouldn't ever get that kind of opportunity. What I see is that without being able to, if we don't take advantage of this opportunity with the Confucius Institute, then we're not going to have an entry to be able to have this fill our system in terms of take advantage of the Confucius Institute fully and be able to have it South County or Central County or other possibilities. The fact that the other administrators have gone, how many went in this last trip in the spring?
30.
30 administrators who are also excited. Right now we can do it from up to 6th grade. If we do it to 8th grade, we can then help be the footprint to continue on beyond the county. I'm obviously very enthusiastic about it. I can see it as an investment and an opportunity for our system, and not just for the individual children who it will clearly affect, those 7th and 8th graders. My thing I could understand in terms of understanding about where we are with the individual teachers. The capital money, the $600,000, $700,000, to me that isn't really an issue because we have additional funds coming down from the state. And we're getting $9 million from the state on capital. Ms. Peck can't wait to speak. So anyway, and then the fact that our system would be able to be part of that state initiative that has languages because of all the things going on in one of our schools. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, my turn. Okay, these are my concerns. Okay, the board action summary went from 2 to 4 FTEs. And financially, I'm really looking for the additional staff that we need at Camp Schmidt. Camp Schmidt was cut for transportation, and now it's assessed a $15 fee. So I'm seeing this as we're reducing a wildly successful program that serves the whole county. And Camp Schmidt is losing 2 staff, and now I see where they're going. So if we have 2 additional staff that we can actually put somewhere, I don't understand why they couldn't replace where they were or where these positions could have been in the first place. So I'm just very concerned about the impression of taking from success to build new programs. While I think this is a great program, I think that we're also looking at it very myopically. You said that you had done a review of the SRCs and the adjacent schools, and I don't have that. Maybe it was sent, maybe it wasn't. But I'm looking at Paint Branch goes to Greenbelt Middle, which is currently at 69% capacity. I don't know if if we're not going to have full capacity at that school when it opens, do we owe the state additional money on the capital end because we've committed to the state we're building a school for a certain level of capacity? And if we don't have that number, I know at some point they charge us for that. So for me, that question has to be answered. Hyattsville's at 85%. Those schools are dwindling in enrollment, and now we're keeping we're building a place for the 7th and 8th graders at an elementary school. I do see that there is the capacity at Paint Branch, but the capacity or the fiscal note on the CIP is $641,000. And that brings me to another school in the South that's in the queue for CIP money, which is Shugart. Now, Shugart did not move forward because we did not have money for staff, and we did not have money for the capital changes that needed to happen in that building. And Edward and I both went to that community and we said, we're broke, we can't afford it. My community is going to say, well, how come you can afford $600,000 and 4 staff people in the north when you can't afford Shugart? So in terms of queue, and being very parochial about this, I need to start saying that Shugart was really next in line. Those programs at the Montessori and the French immersion at Hanson were promised they could go to another building years ago, and every year we delay, and here we have something that seems to be on a fast track. The board is planning to look at boundaries again, global boundaries for the whole system. And this is where I would expect to see all the K-8 discussions that are popping up. We're hearing Baden wants K-8, University Park wants K-8, Paint Branch wants K-8. The fact that you already have a program geared up, partnered, and running, is that what it takes for a community to get into the K-8 environment? And I really haven't seen the data on the K-8s that we just put in place. Now, those were K-8s that were placed without specialized programs. So when we created K-8s, we were told it takes 3 to 5 years to determine whether K-8 is the right model. So I'd like to see some data on the existing K-8s without programs to see what those look like. Let me go back to my fiscal part. The fiscal environment that we're in really makes me have second thoughts on collapsing programs of success in order to build visions. And that's what I see is happening here. I know that every time I've spoken about the budget, I've said something about Camp Schmidt. And this is where now I'm seeing the money for Camp Schmidt. Ms. Johnson.
I believe that this particular agenda item needs to be discussed in a couple of different realms. I think first and foremost, we as a body need to decide what role does this kind of learning play in the master goals of our county in terms of it serving as a way to look at, is this the way we believe we need to go in terms of instructing children anywhere in the county? That's one discussion. And in order to be able to try that out to see if it has any merit, we could send people out to look at other schools, we could look at what is currently happening at the school, and we could make a commitment for 24 children and see how we can minimize having to do as some changes that we perhaps will have financial problems doing. But I do believe that in difficult financial times, it sometimes is the best time to look at real substantive change for the direction that your district is going to go. Because otherwise, you won't really spend the time because you got money that'll keep your focus doing something else. And it concerns me that we may get off track in looking askance, askew, and aside from something that is truly phenomenal. I don't care whether it's teaching Chinese or Urdu. The reality is project-based learning is actually on the move across the planet for children learning. Australia just included language instruction in a project-based model beginning in first grade required. Now, I think we have no choice but to begin to make these systemic direction changes. If we can do that in a small, controlled setting, we need to have the discussion about equity, about South County North. We need to have discussion about it after it has proven itself to work. I do not believe that Camp Schmidt's program, irrespective of how tremendous it is, can be equated to an instructional dynamic for learning vast curricular information in multiple languages. They are two entirely different programs, and I think to have that as part of the discussion diverts again our attention. So I would like to see the superintendent and Dr. Arbogast spend some time developing a process for thinking for the board that helps focus our direction so that we do not get off track. See, if we had a vote today, you got mine, you know that. But my colleagues also have valid points, and I want you to help us do that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're here to vote. What are you looking for, Dr. Height? We're going to be motioning and voting on this?
Yes, it went through the, I believe this went through the first reader. And this would be for the consideration for the conversion. So this would actually move us to a vote affirming or approving this would move us to moving to 7th grade next year and 8th grade the following year. So we would be requesting, Madam Chair, we would be requesting that we receive the FTEs to move the school forward for grade 7, and we would be requesting the consideration for moving the CIP amounts to make the CIP adjustments.
Ms. Higgins?
Yes, I don't know if this is the proper way to make this recommendation, but that if, because of the budget considerations, we talk about adding 2 teachers rather than 4 to the equation, then what number are we talking about? Half. So then it'd be $150,000 for this initiative as opposed to $300,000. I'm sorry. Is that right?
If you go with 2 FTEs, yep.
Would how does one go about talking about that?
Ms. Higgins,
Mr. Harris?
I would actually I heard two sides, and I'm not too sure, and I want to get a little bit more information. So I just want to see if the board will be willing to table this to the next board meeting, because I just want to see a little bit. I didn't know there was some dynamics involved, so I just want to see if we can get a table. So I guess my motion is to table this item until the next board meeting.
Second.
I have a question. My question, if we table it till the next board meeting, will that prevent you from developing answers to our questions or being ready to move forward to implement it?
No, the program is ready to move forward now, and we would need approval to move it forward. I mean, the 6th graders who are there now would remain as 7th graders. And without a vote, we would have to plan for those students to move to their Boundary Middle School. But we could do that at the next meeting. I want, if we're going to move to 2, I would actually like the time to understand what the implications of that are for our ability to carry the program out in 7th grade.
We've actually considered that. And so when you have a 6th grade teacher and they're teaching multiple preps, that's a typical elementary school model. As we move into a middle school model, you need the variation in content expertise and the electives. So going to 2 teachers for 7th grade, we can make that work. Some teacher will have to teach social studies and science or language arts and math. The problem is, over the course of 2 years, by the time you get that 8th grade, we really need the opportunity to offer algebra, 8th grade math, potentially geometry, foreign language, so health. So I need to be able to spin more electives by the time I get to 8th grade. So if you go with 2, we can make that work for 1 year. But that's not sustainable for a solid program and is actually inequitable compared to our other K-8s. But our other K-8s are true K-8s. This is only K-7 for next year. So we could make it work for 1 year, but the second year we would need those FTEs, in my opinion.
We have a motion to table and a second. I second. I can't second.
Second.
I forget I'm that now. Mr. Burrows, second? Okay. Is that the third? Ms. Higgins? No discussion on a table. Motion to table. Ms. Thompson, call the roll.
Mr. Armwood?
Aye.
Ms. Boston?
No.
Mr. Barrows?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
She gave
No. Ms. Waller?
No.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mrs. Beck?
Yes.
Mrs. Jacobs?
No.
I did. Motion failed.
So
It's the vote is 5-4. 5 yes, 4 nays.
I'll change my vote to yes. Because I was on the opposing. It passed. So we're tabling, but I can't
To
ask the
table.
question.
So,
Okay. We have a table on agenda item 11.2, consideration for conversion of Paint Branch Elementary School to pre-K to 8. New business. We've just voted on a table without a date specific. The next meeting, can that be the CIP meeting?
No, it would only be a meeting where you're going to be taking action. So it's the next board meeting where you're taking action.
Okay. Okay, thank you. New business first readers. Yield the floor to Dr. Height for an introduction of items 12.1 to 12.3 under new business first readers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 3 items we want to submit as new business: educational facilities master plan, the Hyattsville Area Elementary School approval of the revised concept site plan submission with no vehicular access from Nicholson Street. And item 12.3, board policy, gangs, gang activity, and similar destructive and/or illegal behavior.
We are now at the point of accepting items 12.1 to 12.3 under new business as first readers. No discussion is necessary. May I have a motion to accept items 12.1 to 12.3 under new business as first readers?
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that the Board of Education accepts items 12.1 to 12.3 under new business as first readers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposed, items are accepted as first reader. Public comment on non-agenda items. We have 13 registered speakers for public comment on non-agenda items who will speak for 3 minutes in a public comment forum where the board will listen to your comments. You must speak on the topic for which you have been registered. The board will not address your comments. At the sound of the buzzer, you may complete that sentence only. You may not relinquish any part of your speaking time to another registered or unregistered individual. You are encouraged to use titles rather than names, for example, board member, superintendent, executive director. Please leave a copy of your statement in the file box located next to the microphone. Your adherence to these guidelines will enable the public comment process to move smoothly. That was a Freudian slip. Okay, number 1 under non-agenda items. Diana Ferrufino, first grade student at Robert Frost Elementary School.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Ferrufino. I am surprised that reading recovery is being cut from the budget. Diana is an ESOL student. She was being considered for retaining because she was reading below grade level. She came into the program at level 6 in February. Thanks to the reading recovery intervention, she is now in reading on a level 16. This is so important to me that I took off work and took Diana out of the school early to ask you to fully fund the reading recovery program. It's the best program. And I helped my daughter to read a book, Quack, Quack.
One wet day, Dad took us to school in the car. Good day for ducks, he said, quack, quack, quack. Dad got out of the car and took us across the road to the school gate. He walked like a duck and made duck noises, quack, quack, quack. The next day was wet again. We said to Mom, will you take us to school? We don't want to go with Dad. He embarrassed us when we told Mommy about the duck noises. Dad came in from the shower. All he was wearing was a towel. Mom said to him, the children don't want you to take them to school. You embarrassed them. What have I done now? Said Dad. You make duck noises, Mom replied. Dad said, if I want to make duck noises, I will make duck noises. He went out the door and ran around the house, yelling quack, quack, quack. Quick, laughed Mom. Let's lock all the doors. We ran through the house, locking all the doors. Dad couldn't get back in. He stood in his towel in the rain. Let me in. No more duck noises, said Ma. All right, he said, no more duck noises. The next morning we went to school in the car. Dad smiled. Good day for frogs, he said. Croak, croak, croak.
Marta Furifino, was that the mom? Okay, thank you. Sarah Nylinkea. Nope. Catherine Hollingsworth. Tanya Hankton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Height, and board members. My name is Tanya Hankton, and I'm proud to be an employee as a registered nurse at Charles Herbert Flowers High School. I have worked in this capacity for over 5 years and was recently elected by my coworkers to represent them as an executive board representative for our local 2250. And together, we represent 240 nurses in over 198 schools in our district. As a professional school nurse, our mission is to bridge the gap between health, wellness, and learning. Services provided are evidence-based, practices that promote optimum health necessary for academic success, all students attending Prince George's County Public School. This is why we are a mandatory asset to the quality and health education for our students, staff, and visitors that we serve on a daily basis. We employ only highly qualified, well-educated professional school nurses with a minimum of a bachelor's degree. We assure compliance with federal and state health mandates. We assist students, staff, and visitors with managing chronic and acute health concerns and problems. We provide strategies on a daily basis for the delivery of health educations, again, to students, staff, and visitors. We promote healthy choices and lifestyles for students, staff, and visitors and their families utilizing Healthy Alliance. We identify health-related barriers to learning and make appropriate school and community referrals. We strengthen community partnerships that facilitate students, staff, and visitors access to health care. We provide school-based health screenings with adequate family follow-up and referrals. Our nursing contract dictates a 7-hour workday. Yet most professional school nurses end their day after 8, 9, or sometimes 10 hours a day. But we don't complain. We get it done. We are professional school nurses. We humbly and respectfully ask for no more budget cuts because we need to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. James Owens.
Good evening. My name is James A.R. Owens, and I'm a loyal and dedicated worker for the print shop in the district school for 24 years. I am an executive board member of Local 2250, and we represent more than 825 workers in this school district. I want to tell you a little bit about how we get the central office contributes a quality of education to our school and to the students of Prince George's County. We make sure the school district runs smoothly for everybody. The students, parents, teachers, employees, administrators, and vendors. We make sure paychecks go out on time and correctly to every employee in the school district. We make sure that the bills are paid and the monies that the school district receives is processed in a timely manner. We get report cards and progress reports printed and mailed to our parents in a timely manner. The services we provide play an important role in the success of this school district. We have worked short-handed for a while now because of budget cuts. We don't complain, we continue to get the job done. But if we have any more cuts, it's going to seriously impact the ability to continue to get the job done for the children, parents, vendors, and employees of this county. When you finalize this year's budget, please keep in mind that the impact of the further cuts will have on our ability to assist in providing a quality education for the students. Thank you and be blessed.
Thank you. Shirley Breeze.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and Board. My name is Shirley Breeze, and I work for transportation that service this district. I have been in transportation 23 plus years. I am also executive board member representing that department for Local 2250. I represent over 3,000 members. Children come first. I want to tell you a little bit about what we do in transportation, maintenance, and central garage that helps to contribute to the quality education that our students get in Prince George's County. We are the first people they see in the morning and the last they see before they go home. We have over 1,300 plus buses that take our students to and from school and extra activities every day in a safely manner. Safety is our top priority, and we take our role very seriously. Children come first. We go above and beyond the call of duty to ensure that they are safe at all times. We love our children, and they love us. We go in early and stay late. Most of us consider this county our first family. We have been working shorthanded because of tight budget cuts, but we do get the job done, but safely. We have to keep our CDLs current every year. Alcohol and drugs random testing, safety meetings every month. Central garage and maintenance keep the buses moving in a safe manner that the parents don't have to worry. They have a special program, a special training that they do every 3 years, which is called ASE. We are a big part of the ESPs. And as you look over your budget this year, keep us in mind. We do have to make this Prince George's County the greatest county that it is. So we ask you, if you do more cuts, then we cannot assist. Let me change that. It would be hard to help assist in providing the education that we expect our children in Prince George's County to receive to become teachers, to become doctors, nurses, bus drivers, mechanics, and so forth. So we're moving in a great way in the education. Let's keep it that way for the future. I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on transportation behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Crawford.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the board, and Superintendent. My name is Patty Crawford, and I'm a paraeducator, and I've been working in the county as a para for 11 and a half years. And I work at H. Winship Wheatley. I'm on the executive board for Local 2250, and we represent over 3,000 workers in our school district. I would like to tell you a little bit about what we do to help contribute to the quality education of our children in Prince George's County. I work in special ed, and my population is autism. Ours is one of the jobs that help special needs children focus on their work that teachers has for them. Most of our classroom average 8 special needs children, and one child sometimes can be 10 kids, but we don't complain. We deal with children who have behavioral problems from one extreme to the other, and a deficit to emotionally impaired. If there are additional cuts or reduction in staff, we will not have enough paraeducators to serve their needs of these children properly. We are steadfast, and we've been working shorthanded for some time now because of the budget is tight. But we don't complain, we get the job done. Children come first. But if we have any cuts, it is going to seriously impact our ability to continue to do our job. When you put together this year's budget, please keep in mind the impact that further cuts will have on our ability to assist in providing a quality education for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shirley Kirkland.
Good afternoon and peace, Madam Chair, Dr. Height, rest of the board. My name is Shirley Kirkland, and I've worked as a Secretary 1/Register for the school district for 14 years. I'm the Vice President of Local 2250, and we represent over 600 workers in the schools of this specific classification, which is the clerical chapter. I want to tell you a little bit about how we contribute to the quality education for our children in Prince George's County. We are the face of the school. We are on the front lines, and we set a positive tone in how we communicate with parents and the children. We have direct contact with students and parents and help them deal with a multitude of issues. We provide support services for the teachers and administrators to help our schools run smoothly. We maintain accurate academic reports and transcripts and ensure that those transcripts are forwarded to their appropriate destination, including colleges, universities, for our children's future. When it came time to go to Annapolis to fight for more funding for our schools, we, the educational support professionals, ESPs, were there beside you because we love our students as well. We have been working shorthanded for a while now because the budget is tight and we are working more for less, but we don't complain. We don't complain, we get it done. But if we have any more cuts, it's going to seriously impact our ability to continue to get it done for the children of this county. So please, when you put together this year's budget, please keep in mind the impact the further cuts will have on our ability to assist in providing a quality education for our students and the investment that the people of PG County make in our children's future. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today, and I hope you take this in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. William Lutholtz.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Good afternoon.
Board, Superintendent. My name is William Lutholtz. I have worked as a school board mechanic for the school district for 21 years, and I'm an executive board member for 2250. And I'm speaking on behalf of the central garage and the maintenance. I want to tell you a little bit how we contribute to the children's education. We maintain approximately 1,300 buses, and we make sure that those buses take, deliver, and bring home children, and all the extra activities are safe. We also maintain about 500 service vehicles, from trash trucks to lawnmowers, which keep the school district running. We make sure that the school buildings are warm in the winter and cool in the summer. We make sure the grounds around the schools are well maintained and clean. We make sure things like plumbing, electrical systems, roofing, and too many other things to mention that we all have to keep maintained for the children. We have a role to play in helping to provide a quality education for the children of this county. We've been working shorthanded for a while now because of the budget, but we still don't complain. If we have any more cuts, though, it may seriously impact our ability to continue. When you put together this year's budget, please keep in mind the impact that the further cuts will have on our ability to assist in providing the quality education for our students. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Daisy Cherry Maggot. Alta Haynes. Demetris Brown. Okay, that concludes our list for public comment on non-agenda items. We are going back into executive session, so we are unable to confirm actions. Thank you.